All right, good morning, everybody. Hope you're all having a great start to the day here. Let's kind of get after it here a little bit, right? Should be an exciting day. A lot to talk about at quarter end. So let's kind of get into it here. So a little bit of kind of an indecisive market here in this AM, kind of in the middle of this sort of 2-day range, where we're not really getting any indication of a breakout or breakdown. So we need to see sort of a move over that 462.30 or a breakdown under the, say, 456.40. In general, right, we've seen a little bit more of a bearish bias here kind of across the board with stuff like the DAX, right, FTSE 100 and Hong Kong all sort of seeing red. Now, those moves aren't necessarily massive and they aren't huge, but we still need to be a little bit cautious and kind of respect what some of our peers are doing here this morning, right? So need to be a little bit patient. This is also quarter end, right? So quarter end tends to have a little bit of some funky behavior and can occasionally set up a few sort of strange setups here and there. So we want to be cautious to not sort of force ourselves into any plays or rush into any plays that aren't there. So let's be patient. Let's wait for things to be perfect. And then when they are, right, we're going to have a really good opportunity for some follow through here on the SPY, right? So under this 456.40, we've got room towards, say, that 455, right? 453.20, and then eventually right down towards, say, that 450 zone. If we're able to see some of that bullish momentum step in and that strength come in with some volume, then yeah, we've got a lot of room up past that, say, 462.30, right, towards, say, that 465 area. Now, I need to be a little bit cautious here, right, even on the downside, as there isn't fantastic volume here on this bearish candle. So normally what we'd like to see, right, is sort of that full body candle, right, most bearish, second most bearish, normal body bearish, and then that volume standard to sort of tell us that same story. So we're not quite getting that here yet on the SPY, right? We kind of have a more bullish than bearish red candle, right? And then kind of that decreasing, disappointing daily volume. So we'd like to see a bit more volume step in. We'd like to see a little bit more strength, relative strength step in. And then we're gonna have a little bit more conviction that we're gonna get some follow through in either direction. QQQ is giving us a very similar story, albeit a slightly stronger candle volume profile. If we're going to compare candlesticks, right, this kind of looks a bit more like that normal body bearish than that least bearish. And then we're at least getting that sort of increasing volume. Now, it's not quite outlier, right? So it's not a huge sign of strength, but lower low, lower high, a little bit easier of a bearish narrative here this AM. If we're able to break down under this 365, I think there's a little bit of room to go down towards, say, that 364, right? And then eventually that 360 area. There's not that much resistance in the way. And certainly this is the biggest red bar in the last couple of days. So say from this, say, March 22nd, right, onward, we've got a little bit more bearish pressure than bullish pressure. And we'd like to see that momentum continue, right, if we're going to get that follow through. Our expectation is here, though, if we do get a breakout up and over, to sort of touch all these sort of points of contact on this trend line. If we're not able to do that, if we're not able to break out on conviction, then I'm imagining that these are going to be areas where we can look for reversals or rejections if that volume profile isn't there. But above that 372, QQQ certainly has a lot of room up towards sort of that 375, right, 376 area. Apple's a really interesting setup here as well pre-market, as it's kind of really wanting to test sort of those all-time highs here again. If it can give us that pop over that 180, we certainly have a little bit of room up towards that 181, right, 182.40, and then that sort of 183 all-time high range. Like this kind of consolidation candle here, right, made a higher high, made a higher low, so more bullish than bearish, and then, you know, decreasing daily volume, right? So kind of a low vol pullback. Now, within context, right, this is pretty close to outlier volume, so don't want to put too much stock into this or assume that this is too much of sort of those weak sellers, right? So we still need to be a little bit cautious. And if we are gapping up in the middle of these ranges, you know, Apple needs to move, you know, $1.50, right, or $2, you know, 2% or 1.5%. before this thing wants to give us a breakout or breakdown in either direction. So we need to make sure that indexes are strong, right? That things are kind of setting up and kind of behaving the right way. And if they are, right, then we could get a little bit of follow through, a little bit of momentum here. Apple's been a psychopath recently, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 consecutive green days, which is crazy, right, considering for this market. So any opportunity, right, where it can catch its breath here like it did yesterday, and then give us that momentum up and over, well, we know we've got a really strong trend here that's sort of backing this thing up. So if we get that strength, we get that momentum, we get that follow through, Apple should have a little bit of hope. Under that 175.80 certainly could be a little bit interesting, but does get a little bit scarier selling into sort of this previous big trend, right? So although things are certainly looking a little bit weaker, or there is maybe some sign of weakness here, we don't want to get too carried away chasing this to the downside as we're fighting the trend here a little bit too much for my liking. So if we get those bearish setups, we need to make sure that that QQQ volume, right, SPY volume to the downside is also incredible, and not really looking to fight any outlier here. Right, Tesla's a really interesting setup here this morning as well, with sort of that inside bar kind of consolidation here. This inside bar kind of looks, right, that least bearish candle on that really thin volume doesn't exactly tell you that bulls are particularly strong in this context. If we're able to break down under this 1083, we have $10 down towards, say, that 1073, then that sort of 1060, 1054 area starts to come into play. If we're able to break down past that, right, we kind of have a little bit of a gap towards that 1040, and then, you know, things can get really thin down below there. Again, right, we don't want to fight this too aggressively, as even though this, you know, pullback here was relatively, you know, didn't get us any follow through, the volume here is relatively weak. So we've got a lot of bullish strength, a lot of bullish momentum, and then a couple bullish news narratives here on Tesla to kind of continue to push this thing higher. So if we can break out past that 1120, we've got a lot of room up as well, right, towards sort of that 1136, right, 1145, 1170 zone. And I think there's a lot of relative strength here that could certainly push this thing up. That first area, right, this 1120 towards this 1136 gives us a lot of room here where we can afford to be relatively patient, waiting for that sort of confirmation candle, sort of waiting for that perfect confirmation look. If we're not able to get it, if it's not perfect, I'm not going to chase it, I'm not going to rush it. Instead, I'd rather be a little bit patient here and make sure that we're not getting head faked, right? End of quarter, still expecting a little bit maybe of some shenanigans here today, and a relatively busy economic calendar. So we need to be a little bit patient here, right? That we're not forcing anything if things aren't perfect, right? We get paid for our decisions. We don't get paid for our time. So let's make sure we're putting ourselves in a situation where we're making good decisions here this morning. Microsoft is kind of my favorite bullish setup, I think, of all the names, right? Kind of giving us that really nice full body breakout there. Then follow that up with the second most bullish candle, right, with that increasing volume. So again, right, another little sign of relative strength here. When indexes were selling off, Microsoft wasn't, right? QQQ kind of gave us that normal body bearish here to the downside, whereas Microsoft still continues to hold up relatively well. Now a little bit of a gap up, right? Giving us a little bit of momentum. Certainly looks like it has an opportunity to give us some strength up and over this 317 barrier. If we're able to clear there, then it's kind of that same concept we talked about in that QQQ, where we're looking for sort of next point of contact on this trend line. Those are going to be sort of our areas of resistance. So 319, 321, right? 324, right? There's a little bit of space here and there. So want to be patient, want to be cautious, but if this thing can pop, it can break out. We definitely have a little bit of chance for some follow through up and over. To the downside, not really any realistic setups here or any realistic plays, right? Just because it's too much of that bullish strength, too much of that bullish momentum. So more looking for that sort of continuation than anything else. If we get failures, if the market turns on us, right, we're going to have other plays or other looks that maybe are a little bit more interesting here for me. I'd be more interested in those than Microsoft. But if market is strong, if we start to get a little bit of a breakout, Microsoft certainly seems like it's setting up really well for us here this morning. Here's, excuse me, apologies. Sorry. So AMD, right, certainly looks like it wants to break down under this 116.40. If it's able to give us that sort of full body look, give us that opportunity, it definitely looks like it has that sort of chance all the way down. If it wants to break, if it wants to do that sort of action, yeah, I think there's a little bit of space here. And look, right, really nice full body bearish candle to the downside, right, kind of a trap fake out, higher high, and then now sort of gap down here to the lows. So if we're able to sort of get that continuation follow through, right, we've got that increasing volume profile, and we certainly have a little bit of space down. Now under this 116.60, we kind of have a little bit of stickiness towards that 116 barrier, and once we're able to break down that 116, I think it starts to get a little bit easier for us to get that sort of clean follow through to the downside. So like this a little bit easier, like this a little bit more, and if we're able to get that look, I think there's enough potential here to be very interesting. Nvidia giving us a very similar setup here. We're starting to look like its back is starting to break, and that bearish momentum is starting to step in just a little bit. Now, right, I need to be a little bit cautious though, because at least compared to AMD, we're not getting that super strong volume profile here to the downside. So it's hard to make the argument that that momentum is building or that the momentum is gaining strength here when that volume profile is decreasing volume. So still need a little bit more information, still need a little bit more joy here. But if Nvidia starts to break down, then we should start to get a little bit of sort of that sort of like AMD should sort of behave that same way, right? We should get a little bit of that sort of continual, right, or continuous sort of setup, and we'll be able to kind of judge that relative strength there. So my bias will be towards that AMD, right, but Nvidia is giving us a similar look, albeit on a very weak volume profile. And then last but not least here today is Facebook. Facebook's giving me a little bit of a bullish setup here this AM, especially if we can break out over this 231.30. Kind of that low vol pullback there yesterday and not really breaking out or breaking down. So if we're able to get a move above that 231.30, we've got room towards, say, that 233.50, 235.60 area, and then eventually a test of that 240 zone. So I think there's a little bit of relative strength here, a little bit of a chance to kind of give us that pop up and over. So like the look of this, think there's a little bit of strength, think there's a little bit of momentum, and would like to see that follow through in either direction. So we'll be a little bit cautious here, right? We're still going to be a little bit patient. This market's sort of gapping up or opening up in the middle of these ranges, which creates a little bit of that friction for us to get that easy follow through here this morning. So need to be a little bit cautious, need to be a little bit patient. And when it does, or when it kind of sets up, we're going to have a really good opportunity. So I think there's enough potential here this morning for us to have some joy. I think there's a little bit of some relative strength, but we need to be a little bit cautious here with quarter end, with all this sort of economic news that came out, and then hopefully we can get a really nice clean look here in either direction. Not going to force trades, not going to rush trades, certainly not going to overtrade here today. March has been a relatively frustrating kind of head fakey month, so I want to be cautious and patient to not sort of overtrade or force plays that aren't there. My objective is to make the right decisions here today, not to be super entertaining or to be super busy with my action, right? So I'm not going to overtrade, I'm not going to force things that aren't there, and I'm certainly not going to jump into trades that I don't feel comfortable with. That being said, right, if you're looking at something, if there's something that you're interested in, pop it in the chat, right? Use that to sort of share your ideas, what you're looking at, and we'll talk about it live here on air. But in general, I trade sort of, kind of nine names here consistently, right? SPY, QQQ, Apple, Tesla, Microsoft, AMD, Nvidia, Facebook, Amazon, like a few others here and there. But we'll see where that sort of relative strength lies. Walmart, not bad, but this gap down needs to kind of get sorted out here before it looks too interesting. Yeah, dude, no worries. I know it is, Philip. No one else calls me professor. So if this thing can kind of break out up and over, probably want to see that 150 area hold. Looks okay, but what I don't like about this Walmart, right, is that it's gapping down here. So full body breakout there yesterday, right? BB breakout. So really good momentum, but then, gapping down. So good momentum, but gap down kind of is a inconsistent story. Not the narrative that you maybe like to see. So I'd like to see a little bit more strength on a move up and over or through that 150 barrier. If you can get that strength, if you can get that opportunity, sure, could look a little bit interesting. But, this gap down sort of kills a little bit of that joy here for me. Doesn't mean it can't happen. Will definitely be one worth watching, but just kind of slows things down. So we'll see how this day shapes up, guys. I'm going to be really cautious, but certainly not going to force anything that isn't there. So guys, we got like, I don't know, 15, 17 minutes here to market open, right? So we're certainly not going to be, we're certainly not going to overtrade. We're certainly not going to rush anything that isn't there. Our objective here is, like, as traders, right, is we get paid for our decisions. We don't get paid for our time. So let's make sure that we're putting ourselves in a situation where we're consistently making good decisions. Number one priority as traders isn't to make money. It's to be able to come back and trade again tomorrow. So risk management is going to be important, right? Sizing our plays appropriately is going to be important, and not just going YOLO on every play, right? If you do that, you don't give yourself a chance to succeed. The point of trading, right, the point of risk management is to turn everything into a numbers game. If you're able to do that, if you're able to get that sort of follow through, then you're going to have a really good opportunity here to kind of get that action. But certainly not going to be in a rush, certainly not going to be in an opportunity to sort of overtrade. And let's be a little bit cautious here this morning, right, that we don't force things that aren't there. My objective right today is to avoid getting head faked, is to avoid kind of getting trapped in action that doesn't suit my style. And so I want to be very cautious and patient until those conditions look absolutely perfect for me here this AM. I'm not going to rush things. I'm not going to overtrade. I keep stressing it. And I'm certainly not here to be an entertainer, right? My job ultimately is always to be sort of a trader first, and then, you know, room operator second. So we're going to be very transparent about what we do. We're going to be very open about what we do, but we're certainly not going to just trade for the sake of trading. So in general, right, we get most of our action here in this opening 90 minutes of the day, and we're going to have a really good indication of how this day wants to shape up, kind of depending on how this opening volume steps in. If we get a little bit of momentum, if we get that sort of relative strength, we should have a really good opportunity to kind of run this thing up. Or, you know, if it wants to break down, you know, we're going to have a really good opportunity to see there as well. But when we open up in the middle of these ranges, when we kind of have these slightly indecisive pre-market action, we need to be a little bit cautious that we're not forcing things or not trying to rush into something, right? By the time these things break out, or by the time these things sort of move, there's going to be a little bit of momentum that's dried up, right? So let's be cautious, let's be patient, and let's wait for things to be perfect. When they are, it'll be super obvious to us, and we're going to have a great look. When they aren't, well, we're going to get stuck, and we're going to be chasing stuff that isn't there. So be patient, be cautious, right? Wait for your A+ setups only, and then everything else will take care of itself, right? We have about 15 minutes here now to market open. So I'm going to go make myself a quick cup of coffee, you know, kind of visualize a successful trading day, and then we'll kind of get back and do another little pre-market rundown here before the day starts. When I visualize my trading days, guys, it's always the same thing. So I always kind of try to visualize what my confirmation looks like. I try to visualize kind of getting my good entry timing. I visualize taking profit. I visualize kind of, you know, protecting my entry, right, and seeing the trade hit all my levels. It's easier to do something if you've seen yourself doing it before, and that same thing goes for stopping myself out, right? I visualize myself having good discipline. I visualize myself having good risk management, and it becomes a lot easier to do those things when you've seen yourself doing it already. So spend a few minutes sort of clearing your head, putting yourself in the best sort of mental state to have yourself a strong day, and then everything else will take care of itself. So let's absolutely crush it here today, guys. Let's have a big one, and then let's have an opportunity to just sort of put ourselves in the right position to make money here this morning. So I'll be back in a couple minutes, and we'll get back at it again then.
or computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
All right, so let's do a quick little pre-market rundown here again before the day starts. Right, we are sort of opening up in the middle of these ranges, which creates a little bit of a challenging opportunity for us this AM. Need to be a little bit cautious, need to be a little bit patient until things look perfect. Apologies, my dog is trying to suck up to me and get my attention. So if we can get this kind of breakout right, we need to be a little bit patient. Breakout or breakdown in either direction, because we need to sort of move, right? Okay, almost 1% here to the upside, right? 0.5% to the downside. So you need to make sure that that volume still steps in to sort of defend that thesis, right? If that momentum dries up, if that all that sort of good volume gets eaten up, right? By the time we break out, you know, the opportunity or the likelihood of that getting that big follow through then sort of decreases significantly. So that's what we're trying to avoid, right? We're trying to avoid getting into a play where that momentum is dried up, where things have gotten slow or things have gotten a bit sticky. We want that easy, clean follow through. If we can't get that, then we're going to look for something else, or we're going to avoid it altogether, right? As traders, we get paid for our decisions. We don't get paid for our time. So let's put ourselves in a situation where we're making the best decisions possible here today, right? Bull case for me on the SPY begins above that 462.30 and has room towards, say, that 465 area. And then under, right, we kind of start under this 456.40 down towards sort of that 450 barrier. Although we need to be a little bit cautious here on the SPY, right, as this volume profile to the downside isn't perfect, and then a little bit more of a hammer looking candle here. So more of a bullish than bearish bias, right? But if the market flips, if things kind of break, their backs break here a little bit, there's certainly an opportunity for us to kind of take advantage of some of this moves here to the downside. In general, right, strong oil equals strong market. And oil is getting crushed here today on sort of the rumors of kind of strategic reserves being released here by the U.S. Now, I don't think that's been confirmed here yet, or at least I haven't seen that get confirmed here yet. But oil, you know, was down as much as 5.5% here before U.S. Open. Now, things have kind of cooled off a little bit, and crude's now only down, say, 3.7%. But also need to be a little bit cautious. Need to be very, very patient, right? Waiting for things to be perfect. Yeah, the OPEC meeting is gonna be interesting as well, right? That's quite the power move here from the States to kind of flood the market here to kind of screw them over. But if that's next month, I mean, let's not put too much stock into that here today. Can't imagine that's going to be what influences us. We just want to be a little bit cautious, right? DAX, UK 100, right? Hong Kong also had muted action overnight. So if our peers are having muted action, right, we're going to have that base assumption that maybe these indexes are going to give us that same look here as well. So let's not get too carried away. Let's not get too obsessed with these volume profiles or these setups, right, until things look perfect. Similar narrative here on QQQ, although this might be a little bit easier to be bearish today, right? Kind of that increasing volume profile, so we can make the argument that that momentum is stepping in, or that momentum is stepping with a little bit more strength compared to sort of the SPY. Now, same thing, right? So there's a little bit of room to go before it wants to break down. So we need to make sure that those volume profiles are absolutely perfect and we're not compromising on our confirmation candles here. If they break down, if we can get that relative strength here to the downside, then there's a lot of room down here towards that 360 barrier with not that much resistance, right, along the way. So we should have an opportunity to get that right risk reward profile if things want to set up. Now, if things flip its hips, if things go a little bit more bullish here this AM, we're looking for moves above that 372 area and kind of have space towards that 375. Our point of contact or sort of our resistance is sort of this January 18th, 19th, 20th candles, where those are the sort of those points of contact here on this trend line. So that's what we're looking to kind of clear, kind of break through. If we're able to get that strength, if we're able to see that momentum, then we should have an opportunity to kind of keep bouncing or kind of get a little bit of follow through here to the upside. Worth noting, right, treasuries continue to remain extremely elevated, and so there's still a lot of pressure here on tech. Now, these have been elevated for an extremely long period of time, so I'm not sure if the market reacts to them as much as they used to, but certainly is a narrative that we do need to be sort of aware of. But like I said, right, if we're able to get a breakout or breakdown, show us that relative strength, we should have an opportunity for some follow through. Apple, right, more bullish than bearish here today after sort of 11 consecutive green days and then finally catching its breath there yesterday. Kind of that low volume, and I say that in quotation marks, kind of consolidation day there yesterday, right? Kind of that neutral body bearish candle that sort of tells us that indecision in either direction. After 11 consecutive straight green days, it's not really surprising to see Apple finally catch its breath, right? It'd be almost unreasonable if it wouldn't catch its breath here, right? I mean, 11 days in a row green is pretty close to unreasonable anyway, or pretty close to crazy anyway. So we'd like to see that momentum continue. Again, though, right, this area here in Apple is a little bit more challenging. We've got a gap 1.5%, right, to the upside, 1.5% to the downside for it to really give us that follow through. So by the time, you know, it maybe gives us that 180 breakout or that 175.75 breakdown, right, we're maybe running out of juice. We're maybe running out of steam here a little bit and not really having that opportunity for that big follow through. That being said, right, if the volume profiles are good, if we're seeing that relative strength here in either direction, we should have an opportunity to take advantage of those moves, but I'm not here to rush it, not here to force it if it doesn't set up. Something like this Tesla could also be very interesting here this morning, right, with a really good kind of inside bar consolidation, looking to see if it can break out over that 1120 or sort of under this 1083. Wherever that relative volume steps in, we have a little bit of space and some nice levels in either direction. Just a question of where that sort of strength lies. And then again, right, I don't really want to force kind of market volume, or I don't really want to force things that aren't there. So if price action isn't perfect, not going to force it, right? Microsoft kind of giving us a really nice bullish setup here, right? Full body breakout, nice second most bullish candle, right? Good increasing volume, a little bit of consolidation there yesterday, right? But still remained bullish. So now if we can get that breakout over this 317, certainly seems to be a little bit of room up. Kind of same thing like that QQQ, right? Where we just kind of look at these points of contact on this trend line. And then saw AMD kind of already triggered this alert here this morning, right? Off this opening bell. Definitely a really good setup here to the downside, but we need to see how things shape up here this AM, right? Good gap down, good volume pace here so far, but we think we've got a little bit of room. We're going to wait, though, on this opening 5-min. We're not going to be chasing this right off the opening bell. Let's wait for that confirmation. Let's wait for this thing to hold. So we still got 4 minutes before this thing is borderline tradable. Nvidia, right, giving us a very similar look here to that AMD, albeit on a much weaker volume profile, right? Not exactly that increasing daily volume here on AMD, or sorry, on Nvidia, and not exactly outlier in either direction. So it's hard to say that the bears are super strong here, although they could be in control, right? So it's not A+, but if it's showing us that relative sign of weakness, we certainly have a little bit of room to go. And then last but not least is if Facebook can kind of show us that relative strength over that 231.30. We've got a little bit of room up towards that 233.50 and then eventually that 240 area. So enough to be interested in here today, enough that looks pretty interesting. And let's kind of see where that relative strength steps in. Under this 115 here on this AMD, we've got a lot of room down towards that 113.80, call it 114 target. So we can afford to be a little bit patient here. We can afford to wait for things to be absolutely perfect. And then when they are, or when we get that good look, we should have an opportunity to sort of take advantage of things. So let's be cautious. Let's be patient. Let's wait for everything to set up perfectly. When it does, it's going to be super obvious here for us. We want to avoid these head fakes. We want to avoid sort of this wiki action, and let's just chase after A+ setups only here today. So we're going to be cautious. We're going to be patient. We're going to wait for things to be perfect, and then when they are, it should become immediately obvious to us where that relative strength lies. So for now, right, AMD is probably our best look, but we want to see this thing continue to sort of show us that relative strength, continue to sort of give us that relative weakness to the downside, and then we're going to have a really good opportunity to sort of get that follow through down towards that 113, right, 110 barrier. So just wait it out here, guys, a couple minutes to go. If this thing kind of gives us that strength, we're going to have an opportunity. Otherwise, let's not force it here. Nice work, Max. Nice work. Great start, bud. So good volume. I'm going to focus on AMD here though, guys, right? My focus here is on this AMD. We've got room about $1 down. So let's see how this thing closes here in this next 10 seconds. And get that relative strength, right? Should have an opportunity here to the downside. So just be a little bit patient, right? Be a little bit cautious. Okay, we want to see this thing pull back here first before it breaks down here for us. Okay, we've got good risk reward profile here down towards that 113.80. I'm going to be looking at AMD puts right under this 114.50. Let's see, volume wise, not bad volume here so far. Probably looking at the 114 puts, guys. Going to look at the 114 puts. I'm going to wait to enter on a little bit of a pullback though. So let's see this thing break, right? See this thing break and then wait for a little pullback and go. Right, so we keep getting, like, we get head faked a lot here, so I just want to be a little bit cautious, right? If we can now make a lower low, I'm going to be interested under this 114.50. Okay, Tesla with a little fake out there, right? Not exactly high conviction here so far, so still remaining a little bit cautious this morning. Not bad, though, on this AMD. I think this could still be in play if we can get this thing to break down the way we're looking for. We've got room down, too, right? So our next target is this 113.80. So that gives us a little bit of space here to behave nicely. But we don't want to be in too much of a rush to chase after this if it isn't absolutely perfect. Seeing a little bit of a pullback here on the index level. Seeing maybe a little bit of a pullback here from something like Tesla. So don't want to get head faked, right? Don't want to get trapped in something that isn't absolutely perfect. So just wait it out. Be patient. If it looks great, we'll have an opportunity. If it's not there, I'm not going to rush it. So I'm still interested in this AMD. Looking at those 114 puts, 2/3 sizing. If you can break down under this 114.50. Okay, so watching close here, guys, right? Watching close. All right, I am in. Average price 171. I only got one contract filled. So I'm going to place, see if I can get another fill on a pullback here. Right, something like this 176 area. If you can pull back and give me that fill, then I'll be happy to sort of jump in with my remaining position. But remember, guys, if you miss your entry, right, if you don't get in and you start chasing, you screw up your risk reward profile, right? You make it impossible to sort of get that follow through. So maybe we missed it, right? Maybe we just couldn't get enough of a fill. That's the way it goes, right? Hopefully a few of you guys got it, but looking like it's in pretty good shape here so far. Okay, there we go, guys. I am now in 176.4 average price. So let's see if this thing can now give us that sort of follow through to the downside here. So should have an opportunity here to kind of get a little bit of follow through. Not going to be too aggressive with this play, right? Maybe a little bit choppier than I'd like here so far, but in pretty good shape. Going to be pretty aggressive with how I manage this. Now already at this sort of 190 mark, I'm going to take about 1/5 of my position off here at that 190. If we can get there again, that for me is sort of my first take profit target. So let's see if this thing can kind of give us that follow through. Should be able to lock in some profit here in a second. Right, there we go, guys. Locked in 1/5 of my position there at that 190. Now stop loss on my remainder here is going to be at 185. Stop loss on my remainder is at 185. And let's see if this thing can keep giving us a little bit of follow through, right, down towards that 112.30 area. So far, so good, though, on this AMD, right? Fantastic start to the day. Entered on that pullback. So let's see if this thing can keep giving us a little bit of follow through. I'm going to take a little bit more off, right? Another, what would have been original 1/5 of my position here at 210. That's my target. If I can take a little bit more off there, then I should have about 3/5 of my original position left and have an opportunity to kind of run this thing down without much resistance. But really good start here so far, everyone. And let's see if we can keep getting a little bit of luck, get a little bit lucky and keep getting a bit of follow through, but in really good shape here on this AMD. Hopefully a few of you guys are in this as well. I know this moved really quick. I only got one contract on my original entry, so hopefully I gave you enough information to sort of lock in a bit more profit. Now taking off a bit more here, guys, at this 210. There we go. Stop loss on my remainder is going to be 195. 195 stop loss on my remainder. And let's see if this thing can keep kind of running. But in really good shape here. Fantastic start to the day, right? Almost at that 1% barrier already. So don't need to force anything. Don't need to overtrade. Don't need to rush anything. Just happy to be managing a winning position right off the opening bell. It's fantastic to get that initial follow through, not to have to sit on a loser. So congratulations to everyone if you caught this. Let me know if you guys are in. Let me know how you're managing this position. And let's keep crushing it. Let's go. Okay, watch here, guys, right? AMD, absolutely rocking and rolling, right? Absolutely rocking and rolling. Next take profit target's going to be that sort of 225 area, and that's going to give me about, I'll have like 1/4 of, I'll call it 2/5 of my position left if we can get to that sort of 225 area. But if this pulls back and stops me out at that 195, no biggie. Happy to protect win, locked in a bunch of profit already, right? Taking 2 chunks of my position off. So lock profit on the way down, right? Or, well, relative on the way down, right? And just keep stacking them up, guys. But fantastic start here. Great start to the day. Let's see if we can keep getting a bit of follow through here to the downside. Tesla might have an opportunity to reset up here on this 15-minute time frame. So a lot of these head fakes, right, seem to maybe be kind of filling themselves back out. And let's go, Zach. Let's go. Nice work, man. Let's go. So now we're just stacking them up, guys, right? We've got nothing else to do besides watch. Next take profit, 225. 225 take profit. And I'm going to take another, what would have been original 1/5 off at that barrier. Looks like I might be getting lucky with a better fill. So I got out at 226, guys. There we go. 226. Really, really good kind of start here to the day. Fantastic setup, right? Really good follow through. Now let's see if we can keep getting a bit lucky and keep getting a bit more action. Stop loss on my remainder here is going to be at 205. 205 stop loss, being pretty aggressive with how I'm managing this position. Don't really want to give anything back. Happy to kind of lock this in and keep running this thing down. But fantastic little start to the day. No need to overtrade here. No need to force anything, right? We're 12 minutes into the market and we're up 1.3% on the day. So don't force anything. Don't give anything away. Keep stacking up those base hits and everything else will take care of itself, right? Average price 176.6. Sorry, 176.4. Current ask 235. So we're in great shape here, everyone. See if we can keep getting a bit of follow through down towards that 110 barrier, but absolutely crushing it. Now on sort of my remaining chunk, I'm going to be really aggressive on where I'm trying to take some profit off. So if I can lock in at 50%, I'm going to be super stoked to do that. But really what I'm going to be trying to do is just kind of keep pushing my stop loss up and just being more aggressive in that context. Let's go, Max. Let's go, my man. Let's go. Yo, everyone's crushing it this morning. Guys, I love to see that. Love to hear that. Fantastic start to the day. Fantastic start. Let's go. So let's see if this thing can keep giving us that follow through here, guys. Right, and we're going to be now keeping an eye on some of these 15-minute candles, right? Seeing where that relative strength steps in. Apple might give us that bearish engulfing on volume, but I'm not super enthused. Excuse me. Not super enthused with this, right, as a relative volume profile. We'd like to see maybe a little bit more. QQQ, not quite perfect here either. Would like to see a little bit more volume for us to chase this to the downside. SPY, inside bar, not going to chase this. Microsoft, too wicky for me, right? Not going to chase this. Nvidia, really good volume, right? Giving us a very, very similar look here to this AMD, but AMD is the stronger setup here pre-market, so not going to rush this if it isn't there. So far, so good though, guys, right? We got nothing to do besides kind of watch and smile here as this AMD kind of continues to sell off and break down here for us. Fantastic start to the day here, everyone. Let's go. So let's see if we did enough here to survive this initial pullback. Like I said, stop loss is 209 here now, stop loss. And that's going to be if the ask hits 209. So just a few pennies away from that if it happens. But fantastic start to the day. There we go, guys. I got stopped out. But hey, 1% day, right? Zero complaints there. Fantastic start to the morning. Now let's see if we can find sort of another sign of relative strength to kind of give us that continued follow through here to the downside. Love the look of this morning though, right? Fantastic start to the day here, guys. Congratulations if you caught this. Let me know if you did. DTR members, let's go. DTR guests, let's go, right? Fantastic start. AMD might have shaken us out here pretty aggressively. Now really starting to break down. So that's okay, right? That's okay. No big deal. We caught a really nice win. Things sometimes aren't going to move with us. Sometimes things aren't going to move without us. But we have an opportunity here to still get that kind of follow through. If we can get that increasing outlier volume here on this 5-minute time frame, we're going to have a little bit more confidence that we can kind of keep getting that action down towards that 112.30 and then 112 barrier. So let's be patient. Let's just wait it out just a second, right? Be cautious. When it's perfect, we're going to know and we're going to take advantage of it. If we have to compromise, I start to lose my confidence in that, and I don't want to do that. So really, really fantastic start to the day here, everyone. And let's keep crushing it here. Let's go, John. 1.5%. My man. Let's go. So some of these initial 15-minute candles, right, a little bit wicky or a little bit too wicky here for my liking, right? SPY not giving us that clean follow through. QQQ, right, not a strong enough volume profile here to the downside. So hard for me to be super enthusiastic about that price action here so far. Tesla giving us a little bit of a head fake, right? Not perfect either. So I need to be a little bit cautious here still. AMD now maybe pulling back a little bit more than we'd like to see, but good volume base. So if this thing can kind of give us that, full body bearish candle, second most bearish candle here to the downside, plus that increasing volume, we're going to have a little bit of confidence. We've got that room down towards that 110 barrier. So continuing to be a little bit patient, continuing to be a little bit cautious until things look absolutely perfect. But great start to the day here, guys, right? Fantastic start to the day. Man, what a relief to not get head faked for a change, right? And we just waited that out. We were just a little bit extra patient, right? We waited for it to pull back to try to head fake us and then make a lower low. So I think that's going to be the move forward here for the next little bit until things sort of start behaving a little bit better. But fantastic start to the day here. Nothing to do besides sort of wait for that next A+ setup. Just because we've had a nice win doesn't mean we need to now rush things or force trades or overtrade at all, right? Our objective as traders is to stack up green days, not to give away wins, right? So if you've had a green day, if you're up 1.5%, what happens now is you have a little bit of confidence, right? You have a little bit of, oh man, I got some wind in my sails. And that tends to make people compromise on waiting for what their next A+ look is. So let's not fall into that trap, right? Let's not chase after things that aren't there. And let's make sure that whatever happens, we're taking advantage of only the strongest moves. So be a little bit patient here, guys, right? Let's just wait it out for a sec. And then when things step up or when things kind of give us that perfect look, we're going to have a really good opportunity. Don't like this pullback here on AMD. That causes me a little bit of room for concern. And maybe we missed a few extra pennies, right? Went down towards that sort of 250 mark on those contracts. But I think we did pretty well catching sort of the bulk of that move. So really good start here to the day, everyone. Now we're seeing a little bit of action pull back here from the indexes. So let's be patient. Let's wait for things to be perfect. And then when they are, we'll take advantage of those moves again. For those of you who are not DTR members and want to be, I do something that's called the Traders Challenge. So the Traders Challenge is a 90-day program that is designed to turn you into a winning trader. And I'm so confident that I can turn you into a winning trader in 90 days or less that if I can't do that, I will refund your entire subscription, no questions asked. So if you're interested in joining, if you're interested in becoming a winning trader, if you're interested in learning how to kind of trade for yourself and be an independent thinker, join DTR, work with us for 3 months, and I will turn you into a winning trader or your money back guaranteed. There's no other room that does this. There's no other room that live streams like this day in, day out. And we do things differently for a reason, and our goals are always aligned. So if I can't help you get paid, I can't get paid. And that's only fair to me, and that's only fair to you guys. So that's my promise. The link is down in the description below. If you're interested in joining, you can start for $1, right? Figure out what it's like, see if it fits you. And like I said, we trade like this every single day, live stream like this every single day, and crush it like this almost every single day. Another little fake out here potentially on this AMD. So let's remove some of that signal noise, right? Let's go sort of longer time frames here now and see if we can kind of get that really nice kind of action. But a little bit of a pullback that's sort of behaving just like the indexes, right? QQQ's pulling back, SPY's pulling back, right? Tesla's now even pulling back. So let's be a little bit cautious here, guys. It's hard to expect that we're going to get follow through on one of these names if indexes and sort of the core leading names aren't also giving us that same follow through, right? So we want everything to be sort of telling us that same consistent narrative. And when it isn't, then we start to have a little bit more conviction that's going to be a little bit choppier or a little bit more challenging. So be cautious, be patient, and then hopefully we can get an opportunity to kind of get another strong look here this AM. But nothing to rush here, guys, right? We're 22 minutes into this market open. We're up, some of us, right, 1.5%. Out of boy John, right? And let's see if we can keep getting a bit more action, a bit more follow through, a bit more joy here today. But it seems like we caught the bulk of that move here so far, and we need to see everything else sort of cooperate and start telling us that same story before we can have that conviction or that confidence that we're going to continue to get that follow through here to the downside. Even something like this Nvidia, right, giving us that really aggressive pullback here and maybe a more aggressive pullback than that AMD. And it's not really a surprise, right, because bears weren't nearly as strong on the daily time frame as they were here on this AMD. So really good start to the day, but now let's not turn a green day into a red day, and let's just keep stacking up those wins. Let's keep building on that momentum, and let's not give anything away here. So we're not going to chase this down here, right? Because under this 112.70, right, our next expected resistance is that 112.30. So we've got like 47 cents down, right, for 56 cents risk. So the risk reward profile does not make sense here. And this is not going to be an A+ setup. So I'm not chasing this here to the downside. Need a little bit more information here before this looks perfect. It's why we mark these levels out, right? So we don't trap ourselves or FOMO ourselves, right, into a play. So for now, right, still sitting on hand, still being a little bit cautious here. Nothing to force, nothing to overtrade, and sort of waiting for the indexes and sort of our leading names to all sort of tell us that same story. Not bad volume profiles here, though, on some of these 30-minute candles. Especially on some of stuff like, Apple, right? Pretty good volume. Tesla, pretty good volume. But candle shapes, right? Maybe not as convincing as one would like. So we need a little bit more information here before I want to jump into anything. Nvidia filling out a little bit, right? Which certainly helps our thesis with this AMD. But like I said, right? We've got a little bit of room down. Probably want to see that 112.30 now break and hold, right? Before I want to chase anything down. Small caps on fire, eh? Interesting. Yeah, some of these names move so fast, right? But Nvidia's like, for us, right, it's that sort of trap, right? So because that volume profile isn't perfect, because, right, that yesterday's relative strength, right, isn't that much, we have a bit more of an expectation of this being kind of a head faker setup, right? Of this sort of being a bit more challenging. We struggle a little bit more to kind of get that clean follow through. So we need to be a little bit patient here, right? It's why we're more interested. Yeah, absolutely. Why we're more interested in this AMD, right? Slightly stronger setup here, slightly better volume profile here to the downside. Easier indication that those bears are in control versus, Nvidia certainly looks bearish, right? If we were to ignore the volume profile, certainly looks pretty good, right? Nice little kind of failed breakout, right? Kind of followed that up with a bearish engulfing candle. But then, that volume story tells us everything we need to know. So that decreasing daily volume, hard to look at this as anything other than, not particularly anyone, or not hard to look at this as anything other than not ready to give us a trend in either direction, right? When we get that increasing volume, when we get that sign of strength after a breakdown, right, or in kind of conjunction with a breakdown, that's when we start to have a lot more confidence that we can get that sort of easy move in either direction. So that's what we're looking for here always, right? We're looking for as many narratives to confirm strength as possible. And AMD compared to Nvidia showed us a lot more relative strength, right? Look at this candle increasing on volume, right? Full body bearish or normal body bearish versus, okay, normal body bearish, but, decreasing on volume. So hard to look at this and say bears are in control here. But hey, when it moves in our favor, man, that's a lot of fun, right? Like that AMD was an absolute rocket ship for us. That thing moved so fast. So when that happens, right, when we're on the right side of it, that's where the power of options can become intoxicating. So Microsoft, right? Good bearish engulfing candle, not bearish engulfing on volume though, right? So hard to look at this as that sign of momentum here to the downside. Tesla, good volume profile, bad candle profile. So not exactly getting that consistent narrative here and not having a chance here to get that easy follow through. So again, being a little bit cautious, being a little bit patient. Maybe we'll get a look here, maybe on the hourly time frames. But good volume pace here on a lot of these indexes. So we should have an opportunity, but maybe not quite there yet. Same story there on QQQ where, okay, good candle. Sorry, bad candle, bad volume. Now we're breaking down, so be it, right? This is not an A+ setup. This is not perfect setup. So it's hard for me to look at this and be super optimistic about wanting to chase this thing down. It just doesn't look perfect yet, right? Doesn't look like it's super ready to kind of come together. So for now, I'm on hands here, guys, in the short term, or at least until things look absolutely perfect, right? Maybe we can get a break and hold here of this 112.30 area, right? We start to have a little bit of space down towards this 110 barrier here on AMD. But again, right, want to be a little bit cautious. We've already caught a big chunk of this move, so let's not get greedy and assume this thing is going to move down forever, right? I'd rather be okay with going one for one, right? If day's over by 10 a.m., day's over by 10 a.m., that's awesome, right? We get paid for our decisions. We don't get paid for our time. So we made a good decision here this morning. Means like a good decision, right? Could be walking away. Could be locking in a green day, right? Don't let yourself or don't put yourself in a situation to then give anything away, right? So like this, like the opportunity, I think there's enough strength. I think there's enough potential. But let's be cautious and wait till things are absolutely perfect here this AM. So it seems to keep getting stuck right at this 12.35, right? Something along those lines. Good volume pace here on this candle, but starting to lose a little bit of conviction in these 5-min bars. So want a little bit more information before this thing looks particularly interesting here to me. Trading view is getting very slow here. What's going on? Yeah, that's the way these things go sometimes, right? I don't know. Trading views, I love it, but it can be slow sometimes. It's so annoying. So Zach, I mean, it looks good, but I think it's a similar issue here as that Nvidia, right? Where good, like good looking chart, but bad looking volume profile. So that for me is what kind of scares me about this Bank of America, maybe, right? Where, okay, it certainly looks like it wants to break its back. Certainly looks like it's showing you that sign of momentum. But then, you know, yesterday's volume profile, not exactly that strong. So it just gives me a little bit of pessimism that you're going to have a super easy play here. Doesn't mean it won't break down. It doesn't mean it doesn't have those legs, but it just makes me a little bit, maybe a little bit nervous that it's going to be a head fake. Now, if you can go something like on this hourly time frame, yeah, if you can go maybe a little bit bigger volume profile, if it was like bigger than any volume bar yesterday, then maybe we could start to have that conversation of that momentum then stepping in. But in the short term, I don't have that much conviction that this thing looks super, or like that bears are super in control here. So I'd want to be a little bit cautious with this and really apply a very strict volume standard before this thing breaks down or before you chase after anything. Certainly used, I mean, I don't use, my brokers, interactive brokers, right? And their charting software is useless. Like, it's so slow. Everything takes like 5 minutes to load. So TradingView is like the best of a, I don't know, best of a bad scenario, I guess. But I don't know. I'm just so used to it at this point. It is what it is. There's nothing that's perfect. There's nothing that works 100% of the time, every time. So those little things, right, we just have to kind of just accept them for what they are. A little bit of a pullback here on Q, right, inside bar. AMD not really in play here, right? Maybe we can get a fill out here in the last 20 minutes on this hourly time frame. Could get an opportunity to kind of run this thing back down, but certainly not in a rush, or certainly in a, yeah, certainly not in a rush to give anything away. or to sort of overtrade here. Certainly bouncing off of that 112.30 area as well. So need to respect that area of resistance until it can sort of get invalidated. Once it does, then we should have an opportunity to kind of chase after this. Otherwise, let's continue to be a little bit cautious and wait for things to be perfect. But getting some possible reversals, so need to respect this market. And if it's not going to give us that sort of trend follow through, right, our expectation now becomes that things become pretty choppy and things slow down quite a bit here today. So if we're not able to get that sort of trend continuation here in that first 90 minutes, start to lose that confidence that we're going to get it in sort of the next 90 minutes, right? So continuing to be a little bit patient. Let's see how these candles can close. Let's see if there's relative strength here in either direction, and then we can sort of reevaluate from there. But really, really strong start to the day, right? We're 1 for 1, caught a really nice trade in that AMD in from 176 to like 120 something. So fantastic little start to the day. Zero complaints there. And let's see if we can keep stacking up some wins and just see if we can keep stacking up some good decisions here for ourselves. And every time I look at like these meme stocks, these make me laugh. Like I can't believe GME is still 160 bucks. I just can't comprehend that. That's crazy. So now everything's starting to pull back here a little bit, right? AMD's not exactly giving us that look. Facebook maybe has a chance to give us that breakout up and over. Nvidia, wow, what a recovery, right? Incredible relative strength here, but not good enough volume here yet for me to be super interested in a breakout towards that 285, right? Inside this zone, this still just screams consolidation here to me, and so I'm not going to force or rush anything that isn't there. So it's going to continue to be a little bit patient here, guys. Continue to be a little bit patient until things look perfect. Not quite ready yet. So how many of you guys are checking out DTR for the first time here today? Any new members? Anyone who hasn't sort of traded with me before? Anyone who hasn't done anything along those lines? Nice, Max. Well, welcome. Did you catch that AMD trade with us? A little bit unlucky. Hey, Joe. Hey, good to see you in here, man. Were you able to see that AMD trade as well? So if you guys are interested in replaying it, I can give you some timestamps if you missed it. Just kind of see what the pace is like here every now and then. So entry was at 9:38. Entry was at 9:38. Nice. Well, good that you're able to see. That's generally what the pace is like for most trades. Now, this one came together pretty quickly, but was able to get that Discord alert out and everything along those lines. So hopefully everyone got enough of an indication of how things work. But that's sort of the pace of things. That's sort of how things generally go. Now we're sort of stuck in maybe the quieter period here where just things aren't really moving, things aren't really shaking, and we're sort of looking for that sort of trend to set up here all of a sudden. Not quite getting that follow through that we're looking for. Doesn't seem like those hourly candles are going to cooperate here for us. So being more patient than anything else here now. Realistic expectation is if we kind of get back into sort of this chop, that we're probably not going to get too many more trades here today, right? If we're sort of getting stuck. Yeah. So I normally do stream on Wednesdays mostly. Do my free live streams on Wednesdays, but I took the day off yesterday. Didn't like the market conditions, so decided to sort of take one off and kind of do a little, mental capital protection day. And so that's why I'm doing the stream here again on the Thursday. But yeah, normally it's on Wednesdays. And then if you're not a member, right, I stream like this every single day for members. So Monday through Friday, exclusively for DTR members. And guys, there's a deal I've got running on, or a promo I guess I've got going on. Worth mentioning it here is what I call the Trader's Challenge. So I see a lot of rooms, I see a lot of services out there where the room operator and your goals don't align. So that's what this is designed to. My objective here is to turn everyone into a winning trader. And if I can't do that, then you shouldn't have to pay for my service, right? So that's really how the plan is structured. I'm really confident I can turn you into a winning trader in 90 days or less. But you also have to put in the work, right? It's not just, you can't just YOLO every single play. You can't do all those sort of things. You've got to kind of manage your risk. You've got to learn how to do account management, right? You got to learn how to execute the setup, confirmation, execution method. And if you're able to do that, then you'll become a winning trader. I'm very confident in that. And I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is so that our goals are aligned, right? If I can't help you become a winner, then you shouldn't you shouldn't pay for the service, right? That's only fair. And that's how I sort of align myself with your goals. And I don't think there's any other room out there that offers you that same offer, right? So I want us all to be on the same side, on the same team. And that's sort of how I try to do that for my members. Honestly, 25 bucks, scratch trade. Realistically, I wouldn't try to P&L trade your way out of that. $25. I mean, that's one Uber Eats bill, right? Well, I don't know how much of it, if you guys are Uber Eats degenerates like I am, but that's it's one Uber Eats bill. So I wouldn't try to revenge trade that or try to force a play there. This has been a tough month, right? In general in the markets. Not really been trending, not really had that clean follow through. So, I wouldn't want to, you got a big fade here, right? So, I wouldn't want to try to force things that aren't there. I wouldn't want to try to rush things that aren't there. Instead, man, if you're 25 bucks, not the end of the world, that's very much within that sort of one trade away, right? And look, it's quarter end. You're going to get a lot of some funky positioning. I wouldn't force things if you can avoid it. Yeah, and look, realistically, right, we didn't get any follow through in the markets in general from that breakdown. So if if QQQ was starting to break down, if we were still getting maybe that similar kind of consistent narrative, right, then it'd be a lot easier to sort of agree hey, maybe there's going to be an opportunity. But we've had that sort of fake out and then pulled back. Not really much conviction there, left in the markets. And so if even our A+ setups are now starting to lose a bit of that momentum, it's hard to assume that we're then going to reverse that all of a sudden, right? Especially in a time frame or a period of the day where there isn't sort of that right expectation of that volume stepping in. So, maybe check in again for like power hour or something along those lines, right? See if something wants to step back in. But realistically, if I'm a betting man, I'm going to say there's probably not an opportunity here for another setup in at least this morning's session, right? Too much of a pullback, too much of that momentum killing action. So I'm not going to try to play hero ball and try to chase that down again, right? Until things look perfect, and the expectation of it looking perfect here is a little bit challenging. So not in a rush, right? Not great volume on these hourly time frames, not great candles, right? So we're not getting those like consistent narratives, right? We're getting one or the other, right? We're kind of getting that 2 out of 3. We're not getting that 3 out of 3. And so that makes it challenging to have conviction that we're going to get that opportunity. So I'd rather be patient. Look, you make the better decision, protect your mental capital, protect your physical capital. Market's always going to be here. And if you make a bad decision here now, you're going to put yourself on tilt, or you're going to put yourself in a situation where the fresh start tomorrow, the fresh candle tomorrow isn't as fresh in your mind as it could be. So in general, protect yourself from yourself. Don't try to trade your P&L too much, and you'll be all right. So I want to be a little bit cautious with this Nvidia, right? Even if it wants to give us that pop, because it's stuck in now in a zone of kind of indecision, right? So high volume breakout, indecisive action, failed breakdown, right? Failed breakout, failed breakdown, failed breakout. So I want a little bit more conviction here before this thing looks interesting. Inside this zone, right? In between sort of this $10 range, it just starts to scream too many head fakes here for me, where it's hard to look at this and say, we're going to have a really clean level to the upside, or we're going to have a really clean level to the downside. So Nvidia for me kind of more looks like it needs to catch its breath a little bit before it's ready to sort of trade, especially on any sort of bullish breakout. So I get what you're saying with this 281.20 move. If you can kind of clear up and over, but for me, too much indecisive, too much wiki action up and over to have any conviction that those levels are actually going to hold. Yeah, absolutely. So above that 285, then we have that clean level, right? You have that move towards that 290 zone pretty easily, where there's not, where like, okay, so above, right? Above here, you have dip buyers, right? So you have people supporting that momentum. You got people supporting that thesis. Whereas in between, you kind of have a little bit of too many mixed narratives. That's what we're trying to avoid, right? We're just trying to get ourselves into situations where as many pieces of information are telling us that same narrative. And if we can get that, then we've got a high conviction A+ look. Now, it doesn't mean that something like this won't come together, right? It doesn't mean it won't fill out, because eventually if it's going to give you that 285 breakout, right, it's going to fill out that spot anyway. But we want to just chase after A+ setups only. So something here, maybe it's a B setup or a C+ setup where it's, yeah, it could work. It could come together, but I don't have any conviction of it being back tested. I don't have any other information that would give me any confidence on being able to run that thing up. So I'd rather be a little bit patient versus just trying to force something that for me would be a compromise. So that's it. But I like your thought process, Steven. I think it's really it's the right way to look at things. You need a little bit more consistency from that narrative to have conviction it's going to give us that clean move. Right? Basically what we're trying to avoid is like Nvidia here today, right? Not an A+ look to the downside, and it gave you that fake out, right? Gave you that lack of follow through. So now, right, not an A+ setup to the upside or A+ setup to sort of fill out this consolidation. It's hard to trust that it's going to give you that clean move if all we see is sort of those fake outs or failures when it's not giving us that A+ look. So hopefully that makes a little bit of sense. But I like where your head's at. I think it's the right place to be. So Zach, you're asking earlier about Bank of America. Definitely has a shelf here at this like 41.90, maybe even a little bit lower, like 41.80. If you can break down past there, right? Look at all these wicks, right? If I can draw this a little bit better, right? So if you can see inside this box, right? Every time we hit price, reject. Every time we hit price, reject, right? So if you're looking for a breakdown or if you're looking for that sort of follow through to the downside, that's kind of what you want to see, right? You want to see that level not being able to hold previously. So we've got a lot of evidence here of sellers stepping in to defend here before. If it breaks down, right, that's what kind of leads to that sort of cascading waterfall effect where you can get that real big flush really quickly, right? So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 4 out of 5 candles here that are showing you evidence of failures. That would be a lot more conviction that you can get that sort of follow through underneath or sort of down from there. So that would be sort of the shelf I'd be looking to break down. And if you can get that break and hold, have a lot more conviction, you get that move towards that $40 barrier. So Microsoft, I need to see it break out over this sort of 317 barrier, right? I like the sort of relative strength it's shown us over the last couple days, especially on this breakout up and over, but I need to see it pop on this 317. So if you can do that, then there's a lot of space up, right? And this trend line sort of continues to move. But in the short term, this just looks like consolidation here today. So maybe not quite ready for that move up and over, or at least not quite ready for a breakout yet. Now, I need to stress, right? I'm a breakout trader. So I'm not looking for buy the dip opportunities. I'm looking for breakouts that hold, right? Give me that momentum. I can get that pop. So I think there's a little bit of strength here, but maybe not quite ready here today. I need to see that 317 barrier break and hold before I can start to move towards that 319, 321, right? 323 area. We got a lot of room up here, so can't afford to be pretty patient. And if it just wants to consolidate, so be it. Showing really good relative strength compared to sort of the QQQ or even compared to the SPY. So if the markets want to flip, then Microsoft should be a little bit of a leader here where it's showing you that sort of relative strength. So maybe not quite ready for us today, but maybe more in play for tomorrow or Monday. So, for example, right, why maybe I have the expectation that we're going to get not, my goodness, my expectation that we're not going to get that easy follow through, right? Look at that high volume candle here on Tesla, right? It's kind of a rejection candle, right? It's kind of that least bearish. It's not really any big sign of strength. So kind of rejection, volume stepping in to defend that sort of 1100 barrier, a little bit of indecision. Sure, it's going to test again. It's going to do all those sort of things. But there's nothing here that tells me that there's any conviction that this is going to be an easy move in either direction, right? So need to be cautious, need to be patient, right? Similar story here on Q. Okay, yeah, we're starting to maybe make higher highs. We're starting to maybe push towards maybe a little bit of that sort of momentum to the upside. But there's nothing here that tells us that bulls are in control, right? There's nothing here that says, hey, we need to jump in, we need to defend this move, we need to do yada, yada, yada. It's sort of in between here, right? So like that no man's land to sort of get sorted out, right? Give me that high conviction look. And the expectation is that volume will not step back in, right? Until sort of that power hour time frame, right? In general, with options tradings, you kind of have like 2 time frames of the day where you get action, right? Otherwise, it's just sort of premium killing price action. And so that's sort of that initial morning rush, right? That 9:30 to sort of 10:30, 11 time frame, right? And then you have that sort of afternoon, 2 p.m., 2:30, right? 3 o'clock till 4. And those are the sort of times where you have the expectation of that volume stepping in. If you jump in between, right? If we start to play things that are sort of in the middle here, we put ourselves in situations where we don't have the expectation of volume stepping in. And if volume doesn't step in, then it's hard for us to expect that big follow through. And if we can't expect that big follow through, we're just going to get chopped up with time decay. So that's what we want to avoid. We want to put ourselves in situations where we can be profitable, but we have the expectation of making money. And so let's not force things that aren't there. Let's not try to rush trades that aren't there. And let's just respect this market and wait for things to be absolutely perfect for us here today. Right? Really good start on the day with that AMD. We got most of the meat off that bone. And yeah, sure, we left a few bucks on the table, but that's always how it goes, right? We're not going to catch the top and bottom of every single play. Instead, right, we want to just stack up, right, consistent wins along the way. And then big wins come from a consistent, repeatable process. So 30% to start the day, right? That's a fantastic play. That's a fantastic trade. So let's not force things. Let's not overtrade. Let's not make any dumb decisions. Let's not give away that hard work. And let's just keep compounding those gains, right? As traders, we get paid for our time. We don't get paid for our time, right? We get paid for our decisions. So let's consistently put ourselves in situations where we're making the best decisions possible. So don't compromise. Don't cheat yourself. Every time you do, right, you make it harder for you to be disciplined in that next trade. So sit on hands, right? If you need to close your execution software, so be it. But let's not overtrade. Let's not force things that aren't there. And let's continue to just stack up those winning plays. So just worth talking about this, right? Today we've had 5 alerts trigger. So if we go into just the Discord server, I don't know if you guys can see this here, right? We've had 5 alerts trigger here, right? And only one that gave us sort of that confirmation. So we need to be cautious, right? That's what this market does. We can't chase every setup. We can't chase every play that isn't there. Instead, right, let's be patient. Let's be disciplined. Let's stack up, right, those good habits. And for those of you, right, I mean, just to quickly sell it, if you can't watch the stream all day, if you can't look at things all day, right, that's what the Discord is there for, so that you know when to tune into the stream, right? So I know a lot of you guys have full-time jobs or you work or whatever, you got family commitments, whatever it is. So let me be disciplined for you, right? Let me watch the market for you This is what I do for a living. This is my full-time job. I've been trading. I've never had a different job besides trading, right? So let me help you help yourself, right? That's essentially how this is designed. And right, this AMD, right, the alert came out at 9:30, right at open, and then we had 6 minutes before we had that confirmation, right, and before we had that sort of entry alert. So you're always going to get both. You're going to get the setup alert, you're going to get the confirmation, or so the entry alert. You know what price I'm targeting, what calls or puts I'm targeting, and what size I'm going on that play. So I try to give you as much information as possible. Try to talk you through all my plays as they happen, why they're happening, why I'm interested. And if I don't give you the information that you're looking for, ask a question, right? Sometimes things go quickly. Sometimes things go a little bit crazy, and I'll miss a detail or two, but I'll always answer. I'll always share everything with you guys. I'll be as transparent as possible. And like I said, I'm here to help you guys become profitable winning traders, right? That's what my objective is. And it's not all like selfless, right? I get better by helping others. That's sort of how my learning style is. I learn by teaching, right? I improve by teaching. So makes me a better trader too. And if we can all kind of be on that same page, all on the same kind of wavelength, then that's beneficial for everyone and how you're going to improve the fastest. So that's sort of the DTR promise. That's sort of how I try to help everyone. And like I said, guys, right, I try to be honest and transparent with everything and give you guys as much information as possible on every single play. AMD certainly looks like it might want to give us another attempt here. But like I said, guys, right, we need to see that 1230 area now break and hold. If it can, we've got about $2.30 down, right, towards that 110, which is a pretty big barrier, right? So if we can definitely get that set up, we can get that momentum. There's a lot of space down. We do not need to be too greedy, right? So we got a little bit of room down towards that 210 barrier, sorry, 110 barrier here. So we can afford to be patient. We can afford to wait this thing out until it looks absolutely perfect. Same concern though, right? We don't have the huge expectation of that volume stepping in, right? We've got a couple little rejections here, a little bit of fake outs. So maybe it needs to take its time before it's ready to break down. But certainly looks like it's ready to maybe come together, and certainly looks like it could come up. But we're going to be patient. We're going to be cautious. We're not going to overtrade. We're not going to force plays. We're going to wait till things look absolutely perfect. And then when they do, we'll take advantage of it like we did this morning. So be cautious, be patient, wait for it to be perfect, and then we'll be just all right. So let's see if this 1230 can break, right? So what we're looking for, we get that high volume break and hold. We'll have a lot of conviction that we've got room down towards that 110, but we still need to be a little bit patient here, guys, right? It's another bounce off of this area here for now. So want to wait this thing out. Probably want to wait for this and look at this on the 15-min time frame. We get that hammer reversal, right, on increasing volume, and then sort of that, full body bearish candle and increasing volume. Have a lot of space, right? Have a lot more confidence that this thing could give us that follow through. So in not bad shape here. It certainly looks like there is some space, but I want to be patient, right, until it looks perfect. Zero compromises. We're sitting on a nice green day, so let's not give that away, right? Let's not force a play that isn't there. Let's not just trade because it's exciting, right? Let's trade because it's the right setup. It's the right thing to do. So zero compromises. Wait for things to be perfect. When they are, it'll be obvious to us, and we'll get that follow through. When they aren't, then so be it, right? We're sitting on a nice green day. We don't need to do anything else. So we're strong, right? We're doing well here today, but let's not force things that aren't there. Wait this thing out on the 15-min time frame. They can give us that increasing outlier volume and that full body close. Like I said, right, we've got a lot of room down towards that 110 barrier, and this thing could be ready to sort of give us that next move. But we need to see that volume step in. We need to be very strict with that volume standard, and then we'll have an opportunity. So still for now, being patient. We're at least 4 minutes away from something coming together and far from ready to call this a confirmation look. So going to wait this out for a little bit and see how this thing wants to behave. So no rush here to do anything, right? No rush to overtrade. If this does set up, if this does come together, I will be sizing down significantly to make sure that whatever happens, I am still green on the day, right? So now it's going to be very hard for me to take a 1.5% loss or whatever it is. So want to make sure that I'm sizing my play accordingly, right? Not forcing anything, not overtrading, and certainly not letting my position sizing to kick me out of a play. So I'd rather take this as lotto sizing and just kind of, put the cherry on top instead of trying to make a whole new Sunday, right? That's kind of what we're trying to do here. We've already caught a nice play. We've already caught a nice trade. Got some nice follow through, right? 30% win to start the day. So let's not get greedy. Let's not overtrade. Let's not size our position if you missed it, right? Let's not overtrade. Let's not oversize. Let's make sure that we can continue to control the variables that we can control. So definitely starting to look like it's getting interesting here, right? So we got a little bit, we still have a minute, right? Let's make sure our levels are in play, right? We'll call it probably towards that 111 here first, right? And then that 110. Don't want to get too greedy here, assuming a breakdown. But also like to see maybe a little bit more volume here on this 5-min candle, right? If a lot of this momentum here on this breakdown is kind of in this, say, 113.50 to 112.50 range, hard to trust this, right? So need to be a little bit cautious. Let's see how this thing closes. Don't want to get kind of a false signal here on this 15. So although this looks pretty good, like the way this is kind of holding up here so far, like to see maybe just a little bit more volume, a little bit more momentum on this 5-min time frame, right? Last 3 bars here, right, is what we're looking for in this 15-min time frame, and the majority of that volume has come in sort of that first 5-min period. So just want to be a little bit patient. Potentially feels maybe a bit like a trap, so just gonna wait this thing out just for a second, right, until it looks perfect. Again, maybe now pulling back a little bit more than one would like to see, so I'd rather be a little bit cautious here. So it is a good risk reward profile here to the downside still, even if we're targeting that 111 area. I just have mixed feelings about those 5-min bars, where I'm not convinced that it's that short-term momentum that we're looking for. So I'm going to sit this out for a sec here still. I'm not going to be chasing this down on this initial breakdown. Still want a little bit more information on these time frames. I want the 15 and the 5 to maybe tell us a slightly more consistent narrative, where this is still missing out on a little bit of that information. If these bars were flipped, right, if this 11 o'clock candle was that 11:10 candle, then I'd have maybe a lot more confidence in this. But if that volume is stepping in on this sort of breakdown, right, on that sort of follow through, I'd like to see more momentum step in on that break, right? The theory here is that we want to see as many things to tell us that same story. And what we want to see is when things break down, right, we want to see other people being interested in that same thesis. So we don't want to see people interested in the run up to the thesis. We want to see people interested after our trigger, right? So that's what we're waiting for on these sort of confirmation candles, right? Where we want to see, okay, that area break and hold. We want to see a lot of other interest step in and defend that zone. And I have mixed feelings here on how this is kind of being portrayed here in the short term. So I want to see a little bit more volume. I want to see sort of that outlier 5-min vol step in. And I think it's also quite telling that, okay, we've made a lower low here now, but no real immediate pop or no real immediate follow through here as of yet. So I wouldn't say that this thesis feels particularly strong here at the moment. And I'm probably going to stay away here in the short term until I can at least get that increasing outlier 5-min volume that tells me that same story as that 15. So the 15-min vol looks good. The body looks great. But on these shorter term time frames, especially when that volume pace is sort of below average, you know, I want to be very, very strict about the volume standard that I'm willing to accept here. And I don't know if this is quite there for me yet. So going to wait it out for a little bit still and just kind of be just cautious just for an extra second. So again, right, not quite that convincing 5-min volume profile. Struggling a little bit to feel convinced by this. Doesn't mean it won't break. Doesn't mean it won't give us follow through. But we've now, it's been what, 10 minutes since we've kind of broken under this 1230. There's not really been any conviction here to this move. So I'm just not convinced. Like, I like the story. I like the sample that Costco's given me here, but I'm not quite ready to buy it. It's kind of how it feels. So I'm going to wait this thing out on the 30-min time frame, right? Not bad increasing volume there, but still I don't want to trust these shorter time frame signals too aggressively, right? So we're 5 minutes away from that 30-min close. See if we can get to that engulfing on volume. Give me that nice little breakout. Good full body candle. So if you can give us that look, it'll give us that look. But still want to be just a little bit cautious here, right? Nvidia maybe trying to give us a similar narrative here, looking like we're seeing a little bit of weakness, which certainly creates a little bit more conviction here in the short term, but still not fully buying this narrative that's being sold to me here. At the very least, it's a very slow grind where I don't know if we would have held through this 1255 break. So I just want to be a little bit cautious here still, right? We've got a lot of room down, so we can afford to be patient, but not quite ready to buy this narrative. Still want a bit more information. Still feel a little bit skeptical about it. So I'd rather be, we don't need to be first, right? We need to be correct. So I'd rather be a little bit patient here until it looks better.
Liftoff of mission 41B, the first flight of the orbital Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Okay, so this is definitely interesting, right? Good 5-min vol, right? So if we can get this right risk reward profile here down towards that 110, certainly am interested, but need to keep this relatively tight here, right? So we got 30 cents, not bad, right? Down towards that 110. So it definitely looks like it could be in play. Call it that 1050, call it this line here. Probably looking at 112 puts here. And I'm going lotto size, guys. Going lotto size. So for me, that's like 1/3 max position sizing. Gotta be a little bit careful here all of a sudden. That spread on AMD has gotten a little bit bigger than one would like to see. So 4 cents on a $2 contract, right? 5 cents on a $2 contract, maybe a little bit more than I'd like. Right? In general, want to see a 2% spread or less. So if that spread is not tight when we know it consistently to be, it's kind of a warning sign that that liquidity isn't there, right? That we're not getting that easy exchange of contracts. So a little bit cautious here. I'm still not in. That spread is scaring me now. So maybe a bit of a fake out there, right? Still maybe a bit of a fake out. So let's see if this thing can pull back. If we make a lower low here, this could still be interesting. But now we need to make sure that that risk reward profile is in play. We got 44 cents for about $1, right? So realistic, it is reasonable. If we make that lower low under this 11.38, that could be interesting. And that spread continues to sort of maintain its sort of discipline, then I'll definitely be interested. But I think for now, a little bit of a head fake on that sort of spread. That was maybe our warning sign. So for now, sitting on hands here, not ready to chase this thing down. So relatively happy we avoided this AMD, I think, for the short term. Now getting a little bit of a risk-reward failure here, right? We're risking 50 cents to make... I mean, it's just spot on 2 to 1. But yeah, I'm just not convinced by this breakdown, right? Not convinced. So I'm not going to be chasing this AMD down, guys. If it was maybe a different time of day, if we maybe had a slightly different reaction here so far, I have a little bit more confidence, but I've been able to talk myself out of this trade a few too many times here now, right? I've seen a few too many warning signs, right? Kind of that lack of volume, that spread not being the way we wanted, that kind of head fakey behavior, that slow move down. So it makes me a little bit nervous, or makes me skeptical to want to trust this thing to kind of give us that further follow through. Right? It just no longer feels like it's going to be that easy breakdown that we were anticipating. So I'm reluctantly going to be staying away from this play. I mean, if the SPY wants to kind of consolidate within this range, that's okay, right? It starts to look a bit bull flaggy if it wants to do that. So I'm okay here. Anything that wants to give us a conviction look here creates an opportunity where it certainly could become in play. But inside bar consolidation, hard to put too much stock into that, right? This is a fairly tight range here, less than 1% so far today. So don't want to put too much stock into it, but I would agree. The closer we can get up towards sort of that breakout area means the easier it is for that momentum to then step in and give us that follow through tomorrow or Monday, right? Today, we kind of opened up in sort of the middle of this range, and that sort of kills that sort of trend momentum that we can get. So we can get a close around that 461, above 460, whatever it is, and then a little kind of muted open or a little gap up tomorrow. Makes it a lot easier to trust a breakout past that 462 target that we're sort of looking at here, sort of above that sort of consolidation high. So I would agree with what you're saying, but as long as this is still sort of a consolidation day or inside bar, I'm not going to get too attached to a specific level here, because this can sort of be maybe a longer term consolidation pattern and maybe just needs to catch its breath before it wants to pop. But I like what you're saying, and I think there is some potential. I mean, it's a big candle, but it's relative, right? So it's big within the range, but it's not really big within context, right? So we're 0.5%, right, range on the SPY. Hard to really put too much stock into any of these bars, especially as long as this volume profile continues to remain so muted. So for me, I'm hesitant to put too much stock into this thing to break out. And generally, I don't want to trade kind of bounces or reversals while things are still an inside bar. Because consolidation, big volume candles are all relative. And so it's easy to kind of get... it's easy to get attached to something that maybe isn't there, or to start seeing trades that aren't there. So I'd rather just let it, hey, if it wants to consolidate, it wants to consolidate, so be it. Not really trending action. And if it's in that consolidation range, great, right? But I know what my trend breakout is or trend breakdown is, and that's under that 456.40 or above that 462.30. So in between, it's not really anything for me to do there. Yeah, I'm kind of in the same spot though with them, where they need to see them break out of this consolidation, right? So if it doesn't want to give me that break, if it doesn't want to give me that momentum, I'm not going to try to be the first one here. I'd rather get that confirmation. I'd rather have a little bit more conviction that it's going to give me that follow through. So in between, we're kind of in that sort of no man's land. It's just hard to trust it, and it's too easy for me to talk myself out of the trade. So that's what I'm trying to avoid, right? I don't need to be first. I don't need to be whatever. I just need to put myself in the best place to make the right decision. And my pre-market plan is not changing here. So looking for that high of day, that consolidation breakout or that consolidation breakdown, and anything in between is just sort of signal noise. So if that's what I'm waiting for, I got to kind of stick to my guns and be okay with that, right? Especially if I'm already sitting on a nice green day here, right? Caught a great play on AMD to sort of start the day off. Caught that, it was sort of our A+ setup here, gave us that follow through. So there's not really too much of a rush to do anything else and to kind of force anything that isn't there. This is not exactly a very high conviction market here, in my opinion. And then the other thing that we need to be kind of cautious of is that our overnight peers, right, DAX, FTSE 100, Hong Kong, all had very muted days as well, right? So FTSE 0.5% down on the day, right? Kind of doing exactly what the SPY's doing here. DAX was like flat, but when market opened. So if we're kind of getting that evidence here from our market peers that there's not really that much follow through or that not that much enthusiasm, I'm going to kind of respect that warning sign here and not want to jump in on a midday break or midday high. Generally not what my strategy is. Doesn't mean it won't work. Doesn't mean it won't make money. There's a million different ways to win in this game, but it's just not the way I trade. So I'm not going to chase after it. It's also really hard to trust lunchtime moves, right? Because we don't have the expectation of that volume stepping in to defend any thesis. People take long-term, well, they call them Wall Street lunches, right? Where it's like an hour and a half. You go meet a client for lunch. You stop all your market-making activities and you kind of go be an entertainer for a little bit, right? So there's less value for me in chasing this action here at this time. Right, our biggest expectation of that volume stepping in is sort of on that opening bell, right? First 90 minutes of the day and then sort of that last 90 minutes of the day. Everything else in between, I really need that outlier strength, incredible strength, right, to want to be interested in it. So I like your analysis. I like the way your head's at, but I can still talk myself out of this a little bit too easily, and I don't want to trick myself into catching a trade just because I'm bored, right? I'm 1 for 1. And I'd rather stay 1 for 1 than go 1 for 2 or take on some unnecessary stress. So that's really the mindset here. What we're always looking for, right, is the easiest, simplest trade that doesn't give us any stress, right? We want that immediate follow through. We want those clean action, right? We want to be able to get to that entry protection mode at minimal stress. So it's a little bit challenging here. A little bit challenging here to still trust this AMD. Let's take a look at that ATVI. I mean, Activision's not exactly a super small stock, but this has still got that acquisition rumor, right? So if it's still kind of stuck within this range, I wouldn't necessarily put too much stock into this. This could be a little bit of a misprint. Could be whatever. There's no real emphasis or desire for there to be a trend here, right? Because there's a rumored acquisition price. So it's not really going to break out or break down aggressively through those areas. So this could be something like options being elected, right? Or kind of being exercised. Yeah, it could be, I don't know, maybe like corporate action, something along those lines. Unlikely to be an algo, because an algo wouldn't have, or it knows, right? Yeah, if it was maybe, if it didn't have that news, or if it didn't have like that acquisition, I would say algo more likely. But no algo is going to be trying to scalp 50 cents on a name that has such a strict range, right? They're more interested in getting rid of their position and de-risking versus trying to scalp this move. There's no value in market making here or doing anything along those lines. So I would say this is more of either a misprint or some sort of big order that stepped in, like option election, exercising an option, something along those lines, where yeah, it kind of created a little bit of an overwhelm and then kind of creeps back up to where it should be. So good eye, right, spotting something like this, but I wouldn't put too much stock into this, and simply because of the news narrative that we have here. So no easy follow through here on this AMD, right? Maybe we've gone to that 10%, but I don't know if it would have been a very easy move. So for me, guys, I'm not really going to be chasing this action. Instead, I'm going to probably take off for lunch here. Not going to be chasing anything sort of over this time period. Just don't see the value in it. Don't see the sort of relative strength that's in this market. And I'm not particularly convinced by sort of any of this trending action. It's very hard for us to get that sort of follow through on these leading names if the indexes are not cooperating or if they're not actually giving us any breakouts themselves. So for now, guys, I'd rather just stay away, protect a nice green day, and sort of not force anything that isn't there. So that's going to be it for this sort of morning session. Should be back for around that 1:30 time frame like always. Stream's not dying. Stream's not getting killed. Still going to be here. But I'm going to be taking off for lunch, go walk my dog, do a few little things like that. And we'll be back for that sort of 1:30 time frame like always. So talk to you guys in a little bit. And I'll be back to crushing it in like an hour and a half. So talk to you guys in a little bit.
critical function.
So back from lunch here, everybody. Hope you all had a nice little break. Looks like we definitely had a little bit of a sell-off here, right, over kind of this lunchtime period, albeit not one that we would have ever particularly caught. Had a little bit of a fake out here on the old spider, right, faking down under this level, but then not really giving us any follow-through. But interestingly enough, right, as the SPY gave us that sort of breakdown, making new lower lows, AMD at the same time gave us that fill down towards that 110 area. So really any indication or any sign of strength that we can get from the indexes, right, relative sign of strength directionally, tends to give us a directional follow through, right, on these leading names. Now at this point, right, AMD has moved, right, 5.5%, right, almost 7% here intraday, not including this gap, right, so almost 10% move here intraday. Hard to expect that we're going to get much further follow through here, or at least it'd be very greedy to expect further follow through, right, past the sort of 10% sell off in a day. So need to be a little bit cautious here with this AMD, not to get too greedy, but excellent volume pace. Certainly looks like it could be setting up for that continuation move later on this week, right? Certainly going to get that increasing daily volume. So we can get that full body candle, increasing daily volume. Certainly going to have room to sort of give us that continuation, maybe for a test of that sort of 100, or even maybe that kind of lower range here on this channel that we kind of have drawn out. So definitely like that potential, although maybe not ready for us here yet. SPY seems to be bouncing here still off of that 456.40 area, not getting any real follow through up and over. And like I said, not really motivated to chase this. Maybe if this volume profile was kind of giving us like that opening volume bar of the day, then this could be interesting as a possible reversal hammer. But such low volume relative, right? So far below sort of that average barrier. It's hard to put too much stock into it until things look absolutely perfect. So again, right, not really motivated to overtrade here or to be too aggressive with any of my price action analysis. So short term, I don't think there's too much for us to do here yet. I'm very happy to be sort of sitting on a green day, not overtrading, not doing anything that's really wanting to frustrate us. AMD seems to be really the only name that's giving us consistent follow through here today. So it's more of an outlier versus the norm. So want to be a little bit cautious, maybe want to be a little bit skeptical and not trust too many of these moves until things look absolutely perfect. So being patient, being a little bit disciplined, and really just not in a rush to do anything too crazy. So very happy with how things are shaping up. Definitely things like, the volume profile is still relatively strong, right? Still kind of there as well. So that gives us an opportunity, right? Or maybe an expectation that we can get something here. But we've filled some of these gaps. We've now gotten a little bit of a bounce back and just want to see that relative strength or want to see that sort of action step in and kind of confirm some of these theses. So for now, being very patient, don't know how much is going to set up, don't know how much is going to come together. But for now, right, let's be cautious, let's be patient, let's not overtrade, let's not force things, let's not rush, let's not FOMO ourselves into a play. Caught a nice win. Yeah, sure, maybe we could have gone more, we could have run it further. There's always that sort of opportunity, but we can't think that way, right? We didn't have a setup that this was going to hold for us all the way down. So don't trick yourself into thinking that you would have, right? That's not reality. That's not realistic. That's not real life. So, control yourself, right? Control those emotions. Put yourself in the right position to kind of give us that follow through or kind of give ourselves that chance. Then everything else will take care of itself. In general, right, our A+ setup gave us the only real A+ move here today. And so to a certain extent, we should be relatively happy that we were at least able to kind of keep track or or get a look at that here today, right? Now for the rest of this morning or rest of this afternoon, just going to be waiting to see if we can get that sort of trend continuation. And then you need to see that outlier volume step in to defend any real move here. It's going to be very challenging to want to be too bullish or too bearish, right, until that outlier volume steps in to defend any of these moves. We've seen a couple attempts here now to sort of break down under some of these lows of days, and we've been unable to do that here or unable to sustain those breakdowns, right, with any real conviction. So if we're not getting that sustained action, if we're not getting that sustained follow through, if we're just getting head fakes there, we need to apply a very strict volume standard or very strict confirmation standard if we're now going to reverse some of those kind of relative signs of strength. Doesn't mean things won't happen. Doesn't mean things won't shape up for us. Just means we need to be very, very disciplined and very, very patient until things look absolutely perfect. Realistically, probably not going to be chasing this AMD anymore, right? Already talked about that a little bit, how that, 10% move here from sort of gap up to now. It's a pretty aggressive setup, even though this volume profile looks relatively good on this hourly time frame specifically. Still don't know how much I can realistically expect here, right? Maybe we can get towards this 108. I mean, there's a shelf here at this 106.80, but I don't know. Like, is there really that much meat left on this bone for us to chase after? Bit reluctant to say yes, right? 10% sell-off. Hard to think that we're going to get another 2%, 3%, right? Kind of continuation. And if we do, so be it, right? We'll have an opportunity if that strength continues. Like I said, the strongest trades, right, consistently give us multiple points to enter. So if we can get that relative sign of strength, if we can get that really good confidence in one of these setups, then we should have an opportunity to kind of get a bit of follow through, a little bit of action, a little bit of comfort and joy. But there's not going to be any compromises from me here. I'm not going to FOMO myself into a play if it isn't there. So being patient, being disciplined, and seeing how sort of the rest of this day holds up. So for now, not too much else to kind of go off of. So just give me patient until things are perfect. So very much still stuck in, right, this consolidation mode. A little bit of a fake out here again to the downside, right? Now bouncing off of those lows. Doesn't seem to want to give us any consistent follow through or any high conviction setup. Just wants to trap people in those lows and then sort of bounce from there. AMD now pulling back as well, sort of removing some of that opportunity for maybe that downside continuation. But like we talked about, right, chasing a move that's already sold off 10%. It's probably a little bit too aggressive even for my liking. So rather be cautious, rather be patient, and not give anything away. As long as these markets are stuck in a very small, tight range, it's very hard for us to expect big follow through in all of our, or the majority of our leading names. And that's sort of what we're getting here. Kind of looking like a lot of bull flags here across the board, right? At least in some of our tech names. And so as long as that kind of thesis continues, right, we're starting to get those very similar setups. Maybe that's not great for today, but it creates an opportunity where we have that consistent narrative or that similar story, right, for tomorrow or for Monday or for Tuesday, right? And that gives us a opportunity to then pick whatever name is showing us that sort of most relative strength in either direction. My objective here, rest of the day, is to make sure that whatever happens, I finish the day green, right? I'm up 1% on the day, 1.1% on the day. So not really in a rush to give anything away, not really in a rush to overtrade, certainly not in a rush to make any bad decisions. That for me is the number one priority. Let's not force anything. Let's not rush anything. Let's not make any decisions that turn a good day into a red day, right? So that's for me the number one objective here. If something sets up, if something comes together, I will take a shot at it, right? But I will be sizing down on any play and making sure that whatever happens, I do walk away with a nice green day. Right, our responsibility as traders is twofold, right? First job as traders, so to always be able to come back and trade again tomorrow, right? That's job number one. And then job number two, right, is risk management first, profit second. So we got to protect what we have versus trying to be too obsessed about making more. So if we obsess about managing risk, if we obsess about protecting our positions, protecting our entries, right, controlling those things that we can control, we're inevitably going to start making money, right? Nothing works all the time. Everything works some of the time. So let's behave like that is the case, right? We're not going to go all in on every play. We're not going to limp in on every play either, though, right? If we have our edge, if we have that right risk-reward profile, if we have everything that syncs up, we're going to take advantage of things. But if those ideas don't come together, if those plans don't come together, if nothing gives us that consistent narrative that we're looking for, so be it, right? We don't need to rush it. We don't need to force it. We certainly don't need to overtrade. So I'm still sitting on hands here. Nothing's particularly changing as we kind of creep up towards this 2 p.m. time frame. Definitely have a more bearish than bullish bias here, right? Certainly seems like that's maybe the easiest sort of path forward here for us. But we still need to see a little bit more volume. Still need to see that right standard come in. And if it can, or if it does, then we'll have a really good opportunity to take advantage of some of these moves. But I'm not here to overtrade. I'm not here to force anything. I'm not here to rush anything. So let's be cautious. Let's be patient. And let's have everything sync up and set up the way we're looking for, right? Or the way to give us what we're looking for. So for now, guys, going to be very cautious, going to be very patient, and certainly not in a rush to do anything silly. If we look at Bollinger Bands here, right, pretty nice tight bands here. So we're expecting kind of that consolidation. Don't know how long this consolidation is going to come together. We don't know how long it's going to take. So let's let these things break out. Let's give me that high volume move, and then we'll have a really high conviction look or an opportunity to take advantage of things when they're absolutely perfect. So no compromises. Let's not force anything. Let's not overtrade. Let's not do anything silly, and everything else will take care of itself.
4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Okay, definitely starting to pick up a little bit of downside momentum here, but still need to be a little bit cautious. I want to apply a very strict volume confirmation standard here. If we're going to look for any breakdowns or follow through past that, say, 456.20 area, right? So we need to be a little bit patient, still need to wait it out just a little bit, right? As long as this 30-min standard is still well below average, it's really hard to trust any of these 5-min candle bars, right? So if 30-min volume is really light, you know, a 5-min outlier candle isn't exactly screaming out strength to me, right? So that's really what I'm waiting for here. We can get that outlier 30-min volume to the downside, or at least that increasing volume here to the downside. That makes this narrative a lot more compelling to me and gives me a lot more confidence that we can actually get some follow through in towards this power hour time frame. Nvidia and AMD continue to sort of push things a little bit and seem to be moving, but hard for me to want to go after at least AMD here, right, so far today. So on hands, right, still in the short term, not really in a rush to do anything crazy, and just waiting for things to sort of sync up and give me that right volume profile before I chase after anything. So nothing's changing here yet, but definitely starting to get my eyes starting to perk up or light up a little bit as we are getting a little bit closer towards making some lower lows here. Just want to make sure that when we do make those lower lows, that we're able to sustain and hold them on that increasing outlier volume. And the standard I want to apply is at least one of these longer time frames, right? Give it to me on the 15, maybe the 30. And if we can get that strength, then we'll have an opportunity. If we can't, so be it, right? We're not going to get that A+, and we're not going to force it. Our objective here is to be correct, not to be first. So we don't need to jump into it if it isn't perfect, right? That's number one objective here. And we'll continue to be patient until things look absolutely spot on. All right, so let's wait this thing out, right? If you can give us that huge outlier volume here, which is on a good pace, SPY's definitely going to be in play. So let's just be a little bit cautious. Wait for this 15-min candle close. Kind of want to see something maybe around this 10 o'clock volume standard, right? With 5 minutes to go, definitely seems like it could be in play. So let's just wait it out, right? We've got a little bit of space now. We still have about $1.20 to go towards that 455 resistance. So let's be very, very cautious and be patient until it looks absolutely perfect. I don't want to get hedge faked. I don't want to get chopped about. This has not been easy conditions here so far today. So let's not compromise and force a trade that isn't there. So again, right, looking a little bit head fakey here as we make those lower lows. Just doesn't seem like it wants to give us that consistent clean action. Doesn't mean it won't close as that full body bearish candle here. But again, right, maybe another little warning sign that this thing is not going to be as gentle of a mover as we would like, right? We want that consistent, easy, smooth action here in either direction. And let's not force things that aren't there. So I'm still remaining very cautious, still remaining very patient, waiting for this thing to be absolutely perfect before I'm interested in this. So just a little bit, I'm trying to put my detective hat on and be, and not look like there's no such thing as a coincidence, right? If you're a detective. Sorry, I was watching Batman. That was a line they said in Batman last night. And, it's, you know, we keep getting head fakes. We keep getting these little fake outs to the downside, trap people, and then sort of crush their plays. So I want to be very, very disciplined, very, very patient to not chase after something that isn't there. That being said, right, SPY closing with some conviction here. This could definitely be in play. Let's keep an eye on some of these puts now and see if something is interesting. We want to see this thing pull back a little bit, right? We want to see kind of some stuff established here. Give me an opportunity to find a logical entry spot. Give me a reasonable risk reward profile, right? So let's just wait it out a second, right? Remember how that AMD moved on us? Let it break, right? Follow back, come back, make a higher high, right? And then if it makes a lower low here, we can look to take advantage of it. Just don't want to get head faked, don't want to get shaken out here. So still remaining very, very cautious. I will not be playing anything that expires here today on the SPY. No interest in March 31st puts. So I'll be looking at April 1st, right, puts. And like I said, guys, I'll be going much smaller sizing here on any play. Because my number one priority or my number one objective here is to make sure that I'm protecting a green day and kind of rebuilding or restacking some of that confidence, right? So that's a decision. That's a personal decision here. Doesn't mean you have to do it, but you know, this has been a little bit of a head fakers market, a little bit of a fakey market. Again, right, we've seen a little bit of evidence of that here so far today. So I'm not in a rush to jump in after any of these moves, right? I want that to look like a breakdown is inevitable, not like, maybe even that's not even the right term, but I want to make sure that things look absolutely perfect before I take a stab at anything here. So let's wait it out just a second, right? We are getting closer. We've now lost that psych level as well. So we've got a little bit of room down towards that 455 area. 25-cent stop loss, right? Certainly looks like it could be in play. I'll be looking at the SPY April 1st, 454 puts here. Okay, under this 455.90. Okay, so that's that little pullback we were talking about that we wanted to wait for. So it seems to be coming together here now. So, right, this is what we're trying to avoid though, right? We're trying to avoid this head fake. We want to just catch our breath just for that extra second, right? So if this thing can now pull back and break down from here, I will be interested under, right? As long as that risk reward profile still remains in play. So we got 30 cents risk for about 90 cents reward. So for me, very much interested in this. And like I said, guys, going lotto size here. So for me, that's a 1/3 position sizing, right? Something along those lines of my max position size. And I'm not being too aggressive with this position at all. So watching closely here. $0.05. Gonna wait for an 89 tick, waiting for an 89 tick. 450.89. So if we can make a lower low under this line, right? We've touched it, but we weren't able to break down through it. So still just being a little bit patient with my execution entry here. It's a little bit bouncy around this 456 area. A little bit of a defense here so far from bulls. QQQ, a little bit of that fake out as well. So want to remain very, very patient. Right, this is a market that wants to trap us, that wants to fake us. So let's be patient, right? Our ability to, like, the way you avoid head fakes is you outweight them, right? Now that can be a pain in the ass sometimes. It's not always easy to do, but we need to give ourselves an opportunity to get that easy follow through, that easy trade, right? When everyone else is discouraged, that's our entry, right? That's our opportunity to get in. So maybe head faking again here, right? Maybe head faking again here. Head fakes are a lot less frustrating when you're not in them, right? So for now, this would have been a stressful trade, would have been a stressful entry. Nothing here yet, still remaining very cautious. We can afford to let this thing pull back a little bit, right? But I don't want to be too much here, right? I still want to get that 2-to-1 risk reward or better. So 36 cents, right, is fine for a 90-cent move. That's still realistic. That's still in play. But a little bit of that head fake underneath. Yeah, I think we filled that gap a little bit earlier, though, right? I mean, I thought it filled maybe over lunch, or maybe not. So, okay, you're right. That 88 seems to be the gap fill. But this is now what? 1, 2, 3 head fakes we've seen to the downside here on the Q. 2 head fakes here we've seen on the SPY. So, it's just ugly price action. But yeah, SF Trader, good shout, much appreciated. It's a little bit nasty here still. Yeah, they've held up really well all day long, all things considered. Nvidia bouncing, interestingly enough. It's just really hard to trust these breakdowns, eh? Like, we've been cheated on by this market a few too many times this week, where I'm like that, I'm that partner with trust issues, like checking their text messages, their emails. It's not a healthy place to be, but this doesn't feel like a particularly healthy market. Yeah, end of quarter definitely creates a little bit of extra shenanigans. But this has kind of been how the week has been so far. Yeah, I was close, Rusty? That was a tight one. Hopefully I gave you guys enough information to avoid this in the moment. It's starting to look like it's going to be a risk-reward failure here. But we were 1 cent away. It's tough. Wants our lunch money, that's for sure. So we got 42 cents risk for... Yeah, we jumped in a few of those this week, right, and gotten crushed too. So have to adapt, have to improve, have to learn. Just taking an extra breath sometimes during that execution phase of a trade, man, it can save you a lot of money. It can really save you a lot of money. So if we hit like 36, 37, right? 456, 37, 456, 36. Yeah, buying yourself more time is always going to be a move in this context. But like, you still get shaken out, right? Like, your stop loss is still a stop loss, regardless of if it's on the commons or on options. But like, the way we executed on AMD today is kind of the way I think I want to start executing trades a little bit more in general, right? It saved us from getting head faked here on the SPY, where you want to see it make that lower low, right? Or higher high, depending on which direction you're going, right? Come back, test, see, see what the enthusiasm is from traders, and then look to enter on a lower low breakdown. So I'd say probably getting that risk reward failure here on the old spider. Do you guys kind of understand what I said though on or what I mean by my execution timing here on AMD, or like how we're trying to just be maybe a little bit more patient, right, chasing after this? So it could still be in play, right? Like this is still in. They're still reasonably giving us an opportunity. I mean, 44 cents for, like, it's just skin of its teeth, 2-to-1 risk reward. So on this SPY here, maybe we'll see it on the 1 min easier. What we got here, right? Initially, we would have looked for a breakdown under this 456, right? Normally. But we want to see this thing break down first, right? See where it kind of finds that initial resistance, then pull back, right? See where sellers want to step back in and defend. And if sellers can step back in and defend with some conviction, then we just enter on that lower low breakout. So it's pretty tough to expect that we're going to get head faked twice, right? So this should help us avoid that initial fake once. I don't know what an island top is. That's not a pattern I've ever heard of before. So I can't say it's one I look at. So we basically want to just like, before we enter, we want to see the head fake first, essentially. So here, I'm going to look to enter in on if we get a breakdown under this 455.90, right? So I'm looking for an 89 tick here. But the expectation is that it's unlikely that we get 2 head fakes, right? So it means we have to be more disciplined in our entry, but it should hopefully mean that we get head faked less. Okay, so still interested here, guys, if we make a lower low. Because we would have gone stopped out here already, right, if we entered this on that initial breakdown. So that's what we're trying to avoid, right? Because that's when it becomes really tilting or really frustrating price action. It's like what makes me, smash my hands against my desk, right? Which is not a reaction I ever want to have when I'm trading. But when you get that fake out, then it pulls back and then breaks down. It's like, fuck, like my idea was right. Everything was correct, but my timing was wrong. So we're trying to be a little bit more disciplined with getting that timing spot on, right? And it's better to have that extra insurance of being correct than dealing with that sort of frustration, right? So this would be a very frustrating trade for us to be in. And would be down, I don't know, 10% right now, something like that. And that's never fun, right? So rather give ourselves that, or at least rather give myself, right, that extra little insurance that I'm correct, even if that means I'm a little bit late on my trade. And if we're right, and if we get that follow through, we're going to get a big pop anyway. So being, 5 cents late, okay, there's a risk reward failure. So I'm not going to be chasing this. So that's what we're trying to do, right? We have to adapt to these conditions that we have in front of us, and hopefully that gives us an opportunity to catch trades. Now, it's going to mean we see more setups fail, right? Maybe means we get maybe not the easiest of moves, but should hopefully keep us in play longer and help us find winners with some more conviction. So that's all we're trying to do, right? We're trying to keep that win percentage above 50% and target that 2-to-1 risk reward or better. Hard to chase this down under though, right? We're targeting 47 cents, right? 47 cents for a 90-cent reward. So it's just not quite that 2-to-1 risk reward or better. So hard to justify kind of chasing after that price action. So looks like we probably avoided a losing trade there, right? It's a good decision, ultimately good decision, frustrating, but a good decision, and a lot less frustrating than if we were actually in that position and now had to think about stopping ourselves out and then seeing this thing break down, right? So much more comfortable with that. Just take that extra little deep breath before we take a trade, wait for things, and then we'll have an opportunity, right? Things don't go in straight lines forever. Price action doesn't work that way, even though our brains try to trick us into thinking it does. So good job avoiding this, guys, right? Really, really good job, everyone. Showed that extra little discipline. You saved yourself a bunch of money there, not chasing that breakdown. So really, really proud. You should pat yourself on the back for that, guys, if you're able to stay away. That was incredible discipline. So really, really well done, right? Every time we make a disciplined decision, every time we do something along those lines, it makes the next one easier. So good job, right? Maybe that was the most frustrating outcome there in the short term, but that's how you build that sort of long-term sustained success. So congratulations, everyone, right? A penny saved is a penny earned in this game, and we certainly didn't lose anything on that play. So doesn't mean things won't break down, doesn't mean things can't still set up for us, but we need to still continue to apply a very strict volume standard and confirmation standard that we just cannot seem to get here, right? If things want to break down without us, so be it. If things want to move without us, so be it, right? That's fine. I just want to get those easy, simple, right, stress-free trades. And when we get those, man, this is the best job in the world. But when we're pulling our hair out, when we're losing money, when we're making bad decisions, you know, all those negative thoughts, oh, I'm not good enough, I shouldn't be doing this, I'm never going to be a winning trader, right? They start to pollute our mind into starting to do what is easy, right? Instead of doing what's correct. So let's continue to be disciplined. Let's continue to be really strict and disciplined with what we're going for. And then everything else will take care of itself. So no compromises here, right? Let's not cheat ourselves. Let's not rob ourselves of future gains. And let's just keep stacking up those wins, right? We're 1 for 1. We don't need to do anything here. We don't need to force a trade. We don't need to over trade. We don't need to do anything crazy. Instead, let's be disciplined and wait for things to be absolutely perfect and give us those right looks where we have an edge, where we have an expectation of making money. So again, right, it's not exactly the enthusiasm you'd like to see on a breakdown here, right? Okay, this volume bar, not bad, but not great enough, not big enough volume here. I'd like to see a little bit more enthusiasm. I'd like to see a little bit more relative strength for expecting that we're going to get that clean, easy look here to the downside. Similar narrative in QQQ, where it's bounced off those lows, right? Not really with any conviction. And it's hard to expect that we're going to get that easy follow through, right? So still remaining very, very cautious. There is no trade for me here now on the SPY. Too many fakes, not enough high conviction volume to really have any confidence that we're going to get that easy move down. So for me, right, initial risk reward failure, not much has changed. Nothing here has really invalidated that sort of weakness that we saw on that head fake. So I'm staying away here in the short term. Thanks, Kyle. Much appreciated. Look, sometimes the trade we don't take ends up being the best one, right? So it's important that we don't force ourselves. Don't rush. And realistically, it's very hard to get head faked twice, right? The same setup, the same entry isn't going to head fake you twice. Or if it does, well, then the markets just don't want you to make money. But if we can avoid that first one, then I think we give ourselves a much better chance to survive this chop and give ourselves a better opportunity or a more likely outcome, right? To kind of chase after that. And I'll be very honest with you guys, right? I think if I didn't take yesterday off, right, didn't kind of take that mental capital day, probably would have been a trade I chased, right? Probably would have been a trade I chased. So remember, we consistently get paid for our decisions. We don't get paid for our time. So don't worry about missing a day in the market. If you feel like you can't trade or you're not feeling like yourself, stay away, right? Because you're not going to be putting yourself in a situation where you're making optimal decisions. So as much as I want to trade with you guys, as much as I look forward to it, and it is the thing I look forward to the most in my day, right? Trading is my favorite thing I do every single day. When you're not at your best, when you're not feeling your best, you're not feeling your sharpest, you're never going to perform your best, right? So be honest with yourself. Don't cheat yourself. And we can see how just taking one day off, right? Just kind of doing a little bit of just kind of that mental health care, right? Just taking care of yourself, of not doing anything crazy, of what kind of dividends that can have for your trading performance. So be selfish in your decision making. Always do what's best for you guys, right? Market's always going to be here. It's going to outlast us all. So let's make sure that whenever we do trade, we're always at our happiest, at our best, feeling our sharpest. And that's when we're going to make our best decisions. So now I think what my bias here is maybe see if we can find a high volume reversal candle, right? If we can get that sort of continuation, we can get that kind of breakout, then I'd start to have a little bit more conviction that we can get a little bit of follow through. And then look at this price action here on the SPY, right? We avoided this move, but man, like this is just nasty wicks. We make lower lows, okay, gives you another 10 cents, gives you lower lows, another 10 cents. There's no way we make money on this trade, right? So we got a little bit of that warning sign. Didn't want to give us that clean action. Doesn't want to give us that good volume profile. It's just really hard to trust these moves as long as they want to behave like a degenerate, right? That just wants to bounce around from place to place, right? This is like a vagabond market, and it doesn't seem like it wants to find a home on any sort of consistent price action or price level. So we kind of have to assume it's going to try to shake us out. It's going to give us like the old cut on a dime, right? Going to give us the old jukaroo. And if we can avoid that, right, we can just take that little deep breath before we enter a trade. It's going to protect a lot of our mental and physical capital on plays. So happy to be patient, happy to be sitting on hands, happy to have avoided that price action. And let's see if something else will set up that's high quality. But in general, I'm losing a little bit of confidence here that this market's going to give us an opportunity to chase after something that's particularly clean, or at least something that's particularly easy. So I'm being very, very patient until something looks absolutely like smack you in the face obvious, right? So that's what we're looking for. If we can get it, we'll have a great look. If we can't, well, so be it. So it's probably worth going over that little AMD setup that we took this morning, right? And maybe discuss why this was sort of our A+ look versus something else that kind of set up today, right? So AMD, we had a couple theses, basically looking initially for a breakdown. I've crossed off some of these levels, but we're looking for a breakdown right under this 116.60, and then that sort of 116, and then through that 116, looking for follow through down towards sort of that 114, kind of 110 areas. On this initial morning, right, we gapped down under our area, so we got that initial trigger here to sort of give us that setup, right? And then we kind of got that full body, full volume candle. If we look at these bearish candlesticks patterns, right, it's kind of giving us that normal body bearish look. So we know this is a relative sign of strength, right? Strong sign of bears plus strong volume, right? Definitely gives us some conviction that there's a lot of momentum here to the downside. So as we looked then for an entry, right, we were under that 115 target, and we had a little bit of space down towards sort of that 113. I can't remember what the exact level was. Right, it was like 113.30, something like that, 113.50. So we had that initial sort of kind of breakdown, and then gave us that sort of opportunity to get that sort of follow through down towards. So let's see where it is. So kind of like this 113.50, right, was that initial price target. Right, so this would have been our stop loss here, right, will be red line. So had that full body breakdown, right, increasing daily volume, really nice little candle profile, good close, right. Other names were giving us really similar looks, and AMD was kind of giving us that relative strength to the downside. Then on the breakdown, right, we had a little higher high, tested, right, pulled back, came back a little bit, and then we looked to enter on a breakdown again. So we're still getting really good risk reward profile, right? We're risking 50 cents for $1, right? So still got that 2-to-1 risk reward ratio, and definitely had that space here to the downside. And then got a little bit of lucky with some really quick follow through, right? Which let us run this thing for about 30% in, well, I was in at what, 9:38 and out at 9:45, right? So 30% in 7 minutes. We're never going to complain about price action like that. And that was a fantastic trade to sort of start the day here for us. The reason that AMD was a sort of that A+ look, or the most interesting setup here pre-market, was because of yesterday's price action. So yesterday kind of gave us that full body candle, right? Or call it normal body bearish, right? Or even that second most bearish, right? Kind of a combo of the two, plus that increasing daily volume. So failed breakout there on Wednesday, right? So failed higher high. Buyers weren't able to sustain that sort of momentum. Then bearish engulfing on candle, right? Closed under those lows, and bearish engulfing on volume plus gap down. So there's sort of 3 for 3 there, right? We've got bearish candle, bearish volume, bearish gap down. So all three things are sort of telling us that same consistent narrative. When compared to something like Nvidia, right, which was giving us a very similar kind of look if we ignored the volume profile, right? There's a reason we didn't get that follow through here, right? And it's because bears were not showing us that sign of building momentum. There was not really that sign of that extra strength here from bears. So it's hard to look at this and think that we're going to get that high conviction look to the downside. So compare that here to this candle, right? Here's that look, right? It's increasing on volume, whereas Nvidia was decreasing on volume. So decreasing momentum versus increasing momentum, right? Strong candle, strong candle. So if we're going to be picking, right, which one's stronger, AMD was sort of giving us that stronger look. So got that follow through, right? Got that entry. And it's no surprise that we got a little bit more follow through here on this AMD, because yesterday's price action told us that there's more momentum to the downside than there is to the upside. Whereas with Nvidia, there doesn't really tell us that there was any momentum in either direction, right? So kind of more consolidation versus anything else. And that's sort of how today's price action has come together. Whereas AMD has given us a really aggressive full body sell-off here to the downside. So it was our pre-market analysis that helped us determine that this was our strongest look. And then 8 minutes into market open, we got our confirmation, right? We waited for sort of our entry timing and then jumped in. And then 7 minutes later, we were up 30% on the day, and then kind of laughing at everyone else for having a stressful trading day, right? So really, really well done for everyone who caught it. I know it maybe wasn't the easiest trade. Came together pretty quickly, but definitely seems like that was the right way to go. Pretty much one of the only names that kind of gave us that relative follow through, and it's also one of the only names that we saw from our core names that had that increasing bearish volume. So that's why we care about volume profile. That's why it's such an important indicator, if you want to even call it that, right? We always want to see that building momentum. The way I like to describe it is that you wouldn't want to go to a party is as if when you showed up, they were turning down the volume when you got there, right? That would suck, right? You're going to a party, you want to go dance, you want to go crazy, you want to go listen to your favorite music, and they're turning it down as you get there. Well, that doesn't sound fun, right? It sounds like the party's dying. So party wasn't dying here on AMD, right? We had that increasing volume, we had that increasing momentum, and it's no coincidence that we got that big follow through here to the downside. So good job to everyone, and let's keep going. So does everyone understand why AMD was that relative strength? That trade explanation makes sense for everyone? So I'm not really getting any high conviction 30-minute reversal candles here, right? Some of them are okay. Like this AMD's okay. But I don't know if I really want to chase this up. JPM looks kind of interesting. But I'm not sold. I'm struggling to buy the narrative that this market is selling me today. So I want to be very, very cautious here still, guys. All right, I've seen a lot of head fakes here today. Don't really want to get head faked. It's the worst feeling in the world. So I'd rather be just a little bit patient, be a little bit more disciplined, and be happy to protect a nice green day. So for those of you who are DTR guests, thank you so much for joining me here so far today. Hopefully you've learned a bunch, and hopefully you caught that AMD trade this morning as well. For those of you who are interested, for those of you who want to kind of trade with me day in, day out, I trade like this every single day for DTR members, live on YouTube, right? Just as a kind of a private link. If you're interested in joining, I do something that's called the Traders Challenge. So the Traders Challenge is a 90-day program that is designed to turn you into a winning trader. You learn the setup, confirmation, execution technique, and how to kind of do that with your own strategy, right? Learn risk management, learn the sort of trading psychology, and everything that you need to learn to be a profitable trader. It's kind of the same technique that I was taught, right? The same method, same way that I was taught working at a pretty big hedge fund in the UK. And it's what has helped me be relatively successful trader, right? Or at least be consistently profitable. Now, it doesn't mean we're always going to be green. Doesn't mean we're going to hit 100% every single day. But we're going to turn trading into a numbers game. So that's really what I'm trying to teach everyone, right? Manage that risk, find your setups, find that right risk reward profile, and turn trading into a numbers game. So if you are interested in joining, if you are interested in becoming a winning trader, I run a program, like I said, become a winning trader in 90 days or less. And I'm so confident that I can help you become one that I'm backing you with 100% money back guarantee. So if you aren't able to become a winning trader, if you aren't able to kind of find that consistency that you're looking for, you will not be charged for your membership at DTR. So our goals will always align. You want to be a profitable trader, and I want you to be a profitable trader, and I won't profit unless you profit too. So we're on the same page. We're always aligned, always here to help each other. And that's sort of how this program is designed. I don't think there's any other trading room that sort of offers that similar program or offers any sort of similar ideas. So if you are interested in that, if that's something you are curious about, you can start for $1, and the link is down there in the description below. The way it works is you get access to sort of the Discord server, and that's where the live stream link is posted every single day, and where stuff like these trade alerts kind of come together, right? So you'll always know when to tune into the stream. If you can't watch all day, you'll know what I'm taking, why I'm taking it, what my price target is, what strike I'm looking at, all those sort of things. There's no real information that I won't include, and I'll talk you through every single trade as it happens live every single day. So if you're interested, guys, like I said, you can start for $1. It'll get you a complete access, and you can then try to see if this is something that works for you. And it's a 90-day program, money back guarantee if you're unable to sort of become a winning trader. So that's my promise. We'll be transparent 100%, and we're always going to have the same goals. And yeah, that's it, guys, right? No compromises. Don't cheat yourself. Don't chase after Discord alerts that aren't there. Learn how to trade. Learn how to trade for real. Learn proper risk management. Learn the things that are sustained for your success. And like I said, I'm confident I can get you there, and I'm so confident that I can do it that I won't charge you if I can't. So it's about as transparent and as honest as I can be, let alone me sharing on my P&L, sharing every trade, sharing every entry. And I just want our goals to always be aligned 100% of the time. So if that's something you're interested in, send me a message, sign up, figure out if it's something you're interested in. And we trade like this day in, day out. In general, most of our trades occur in the first sort of 90 minutes of the day. So the way the program is structured is it's 90 minutes a day for 90 days to become a winning trader or your money back guaranteed. Beautiful, right? It's 5% you didn't have 10 minutes ago. So good job, Rusty. Way to not get too greedy. And hey, man, just take up those base hits, right? They all add up very quickly. I'm sure you know that more than most people here, right? So good job, man. Keep it up. Remember, guys, the objective here of me is to teach you guys to be able to trade independently without me, right? So to have confidence in your own conviction, in your own ideas, in your own plays. Because one day, right, I'm going to take a holiday, or one day I'm going to take some time off, or one day I'm going to have a heart attack and die. Who knows, right? So I'm not going to be here forever, and you need to be independent thinkers. You need to be independent traders, and that's what my objective is, to teach everyone how to be that, right? Now, I'll show you everything I do. You can follow, you can copy, do whatever you want, right? And you can definitely be profitable doing those things. But the most successful traders are the ones who take these ideas, take these core concepts, and put their own little spin on it, right? That's where you're going to find success. That's where you're going to find that consistency. And if you keep doing that, then you're going to find you have a really, really long career in this game. There's no job that's more fun than this, but there's also no job that can be more challenging than this too, right? There's not many jobs where you can spend all day, all week, right, grinding away and lose money, right? But trading, you can. And so it requires a certain amount of discipline, requires a certain amount of risk management. And those are the basics, those fundamentals that you have to master before you're going to find any consistent success in this game. I can absolutely do that if you'd like. Maybe a coffee mug. I don't know if I'd ever wear a t-shirt that says that, but if I had a coffee mug that I could see that on every single time, maybe that'd be more valuable. So if you guys are interested in that, very happy to set that up and put together that for members. Rusty, I'll make you a deal. If you get it tattooed on your face in big font, I'll pay for it. Yeah, I mean, I try to make offers that people just can't refuse. That's really my objective here. Normally, I see face tattoos on mugs, but never seen one swapped for a mug. So it definitely looks like you made the right decision there, Rusty. Right? So good job. No real big follow through there. And that's kind of the theme we're getting, right? Across the board. No real clean, nice price action. And that makes it very challenging for us to have any conviction in any of these moves, right? It's still about 45 minutes in this market, right? But look at these volume profiles. Not exactly anything that's high conviction. Nothing that's really giving us any high confidence in anything. So for me, it sort of just looks like a consolidation day here, right? Now, there's some outliers, right? AMD, definitely not a consolidation day here today. But on the index level, maybe looking a bit bull flaggy, right? More than anything. And so that certainly is a welcome sight to see, albeit maybe not the one we wanted to see today, right? So if things can continue to shape up, continue to give us that relative strength to the upside, we could really have an opportunity to kind of get some nice clean action. Yeah, absolutely, right? Especially, I mean, I always hate trading with a timer too. Like where you have you're fighting the clock, like literally. I think that always makes things a little bit more challenging, but good job, man, right? Good job. Yeah, I have, but it's one of those names it's gonna sound really stupid, but Evan Spiegel, the guy who owns the company, is like maybe my least favorite human in the world. And so I have a really tough time at looking at that company with anything of a close to neutral perspective. So I struggle to be very objective when I do my analysis of them, just because my hatred for him burns so deeply. So anything that you're looking at here specifically, like I do have it in my watch list, right? It's here. But yeah, like I said, I just have such a bias against the guy that like it's really hard for me to look at it rationally. And the reason I say that, so I remember just when it IPO'd, I was still working at a fund back then, and right before it IPO'd, he was talking about how he's never sure how if Snapchat's ever going to make any money, if it's ever going to be a profitable company. Like 2 days before the IPO, he was saying all these sort of things. And then the IPO happened and it tanked, right? Like he got crushed for the first like year, right? Maybe a little bit longer. And he kept making these comments like, oh my gosh, like why is this happening to us? I can't believe people don't like our stock. We should be doing so much more. All these sort of things. And so it's just really rubbed me the wrong way. And I have not been able to shake that bias since. So Yeah, I hate people. I hate CEOs, I should say, that have zero self-awareness. And for me, that was like the ultimate zero awareness move. So it's like a really stupid story and like really stupid excuse and reason. But I just have not been able to shake that bias ever since. And then let alone that it's like a child pornography company. So it all stacks up. In general, I loathe social media. And Snapchat for me is like the worst of the worst. So SPY now starting to give us a little bit of that volume, right? Certainly have an opportunity here for some of this outlier volume breakdown with 30 minutes to go. I want to see how this candle closes though before I do anything with some conviction here. So if this can kind of give us that increasing volume here, right? Full body look to the downside. Could be interested in taking a shot, but not really in a huge rush to do anything too crazy. So still just sitting on hands. Not really in a rush, like I said, to do anything. If something sets up, if something comes together, that's perfect. We'll take a shot at it, but not too motivated to overtrade or to force something that isn't there. Okay, this could be a fun game. All-time highs, well-known name. Can you give us a sector clue? Pfizer, maybe? Nope. Johnson and Johnson. I think that's a winner. Johnson and Johnson. Is there a news catalyst here or something? Did you see any like any information? Well, I mean, it's a good sign of strength, right? So, like, it's an interesting rotation into healthcare as tech is kind of getting a bit battered, right? What we've seen a lot. Are you talking like BB as in BlackBerry, or as in Johnson and Johnson Bollinger Band breakout? So what we've seen a lot, just to stress this a little bit, right, in this market is we get a lot of stealth rotations. So these stealth rotations, right, tend to be, okay, we move out of tech, we go into energy. We move out of energy, go into tech. We go out of tech, go into healthcare. So it's interesting to see that this is basically what's propping up this market, right, where we get those kind of pseudo moves. Has a chance for a BB breakout here. Not quite there yet. So if we did have one, you'd get a, see if I can find a candle here. You kind of get that plus sign underneath the candle. So it's just the way I have it coded up here. So if we ever get that BB breakout, that's the way it's sort of set up. So if you use TradingView, I can share this code with you, and you can kind of get that same look. This could be a BB breakdown, but I don't want to fade strength, right? Such heavy strength here after yesterday's increasing volume day. So selling into increasing volume is a little bit scary, and so not the one for me. But if this was happening maybe in the morning, that'd be a little bit more convincing. So a little bit challenging here on the old spider, right? Wish this thing closed just a little bit lower. We need to see this break and hold under this 455 for us to have that room towards that 453.20. So good increasing volume, but just couldn't quite get to that next area of resistance. So that risk reward profile to that expected area of resistance complicates things here just a little bit for me. So I'm not really in a rush to trade this. I don't think it's going to give me that A+ look until that 455 area can hold on that increasing outlier volume. If it can, it certainly could start to get a little bit interesting, but we're running up against a little bit of a clock here. Now we're going to have like 45 minutes we can to trade this in theory, but I am always super scared of trading SPY options or QQQ options after normal market close, right? You can still trade for 15 minutes. And B, I hate trading. We get a lot of fake outs and then kind of get that high conviction move into the close. It just feels like a trap, right? End of quarter, we're still expecting maybe a little bit of some liquidation or kind of some mixed bag behavior. So I don't want to get too attached to any of these moves here as things kind of don't behave as nicely as they could. So again, right, look at this like price action on the old spider, right? Okay, good full body candle, good volume, right? But that's a huge pullback here all of a sudden. So we got 75 cents for, I don't know, like $1.50. Kind of just like right on the cusp of that reasonable risk reward profile right away. And that's such a big pullback right off the bat. It just makes me a little bit nervous, right? Just doesn't want to seem to move nicely for us. Doesn't seem to want to behave nicely for us. Even QQQ, right? Little fake out to the downside again. And then pulling back. So this is not price action that continues to show us any high conviction here, right? So I think in general, I don't see myself chasing after anything else here today, right? 1 for 1 and very happy to be 1 for 1. Don't need to force anything else. And then increasing volume here now on this inside bar, right? So high volume consolidation is generally the worst thing you want to see, right? Because it's high volume indecision. So high volume indecision is the worst decision and makes me have very little conviction that this is actually a high quality setup. So I'm not really in a rush here, guys. There's no value in me chasing this. So QQQ would look a little bit more interesting to the downside here compared to the SPY, right? Not an inside bar, not increasing volume on that green candle, and looks like this is going to go bearish engulfing and bearish engulfing on volume. So if we're going to look to play shorts, this would be a little bit more interesting here to me. But with 15 minutes to go, I'm not putting myself under that kind of pressure to kind of trade this thing to break down. I don't need to play this. Rather protect sort of a nice green day and not give anything away, right? First, basically, we caught a trade here at 9:38 this morning. We're out by 9:45, and that was basically all the action, all the good, clean price action that we saw today. So not really in a rush to then give that away, right? We spent all day after that being disciplined, avoiding head fakes, doing all that sort of stuff. So why rush into something here now just because it's setting up a little bit, right? Rather be disciplined, rather protect a nice green day, and rather walk away with a big smile on my face that today was a successful trading session. So I think realistically, guys, that's going to be it for me here today. Like I said earlier, for those of you who aren't DTR members and would like to become DTR members, running a little program here called the Traders Challenge. And the program is designed to turn you into a winning trader in 90 days or less, or your money back. If you're interested in starting that, the link is down in the description there below or pinned to this chat profile. So hope to see a few of you guys join and kind of join on the path of becoming a profitable, consistent trader. Otherwise, we'll be doing another free stream again next. I stream every single day, Monday through Friday for DTR members. So it's not just Thursday here. Normally I do free live streams on Wednesdays, but I do streams exclusively for members Monday through Friday. With the Discord server, all that kind of stuff. So you always know when to tune into a stream, all that kind of stuff. If you're interested in checking us out, Valhalla, it's a good name. If you're interested in checking us out, you can start for $1. So join for a week, right? Get full access to the Discord, see what it's like, see if it matches your pace. And then if you're interested, then like I said, you got that 100% money back guarantee. Either become a winning trader or don't pay, right? So that's really how it works. Our goals are aligned, the same thing, kind of day in, day out. We're on the same team. We want the same thing for each other. If I can't turn you into a winning trader, you're not going to pay me, right? That's how it works. And sort of my promise to you. And like I said, stream Monday to Friday from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. pretty much every single day. And that's about it. Yeah, take a look, right? It's $1 to start. And no questions asked refund if you're not a winning trader. Simple as that. So I want my goals to be aligned with your goals. And I don't think there's any other room that makes that offer. So try to be as transparent as possible. Talk you through all my trades as they happen, when they happen. And that's about it. I will put together a little trade recap video of that AMD from this morning. Right, really nice 30% win in that 7 minutes. So fantastic little start to the day. And that was it. That was it for today, guys. Right, and look at this QQQ. Right, look at this bullshit. So sorry to curse, but I mean this is the kind of action we're trying to avoid here all day long, and the kind of traps we want to avoid. So really good job, guys, for being able to avoid that price action. And so, like I said, guys, that's gonna be it for me today. Same deal like always. If you guys have any questions, hit me up on Twitter, Discord, email, wherever you find me. And as soon as I see your message, I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Otherwise, have yourselves a fantastic rest of the afternoon. And we'll see you all tomorrow or next Wednesday. Talk to you later, guys.